Wow! Hello. Welcome everyone to Bluesman's Dota 2 stream. Hello Johnny, hello Lulu, hello Vinit, hello Rig. I'm from Canada. I like your profile picture, Lulu. Hello Romel. I live near Vancouver. Lulu, you didn't need the filter. Hi, Alex. Hello, Ayush. Game will start in just a moment. Hi, Arthur. Is everything going alright, Alex? Thanks, Lulu. Okay. About to queue for a game. Hi, BJ. Just woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I'm sorry that you woke up that way. You're eating Lindt chocolates, are you? How are they? Glad you like the haircut, BJ. She woke up with her head on her foot pillow. Is this supposed to be uncomfortable or disgusting? Ready for Rampage? I'll try my best, man. Did this just start? Yeah, 4.5 minutes ago. Glad you like the haircut, Lulu. Look younger? Thank you. It's rather disgusting since she doesn't shower before bed. Oh my god! That is disgusting! Chill inside, outside is normal. That's the special about it. Hi, Jason. You showered 3 days ago? That's not bad. That's better than once per week, right? Glad you like the mug, BJ. My girlfriend will be impressed. I hope so. Today will be a 4.5 hour stream. Approximately. Maybe 5 hours. Well, 5, yeah. You know, my this profile is Earth Spirit Best Hero, and yet my featured hero is not even Earth Spirit, man. What the fuck? There you go. Hi, Blue, I have a question for you. I was off. Let me turn down this music a bit. Just a bit. Okay. I was off from Dota 2 for a couple months, and now I'm back and play like total shit. What should I do? It doesn't matter what you do, man. Just play the game and have fun. Who cares? Rescue, think about it this way. None of us will actually ever be fucking pro at Dota 2, okay? There's gonna be, what, 11 million Dota 2 players, and only 100 of those 11 million will actually be so good that you actually make money playing Dota 2. Unless you're me. Yeah, just play and have fun, man. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is you either make money or you don't, right? Am I okay? Are you implying that I wouldn't be okay? Off lane? Would you like to make a donation to see off lane? Good luck on your exams, man. You see Matt? Oh, hello, Matt.
Your turn to ban.
You either one or you get flamed. Well, you and RTZ gets flamed, so.
5 seconds remaining.
Hello, Gabriel Wu. Would you like to play some games with us?
Your turn to pick.
Hello, Marco.
Your turn to pick.
I'm gonna play some kind of core, guys. Maybe I'll play mid.
Your turn to pick.
Start with some Invoker.
Your turn to pick.
Glenn, you are 8 minutes late. Why is it so hard to alt-tab from my game now? Jesus. Hold on a sec. Let's turn on betting for some of you addicts. Okay, you guys get 10 minutes to bet on this game starting right now. Happy Easter.
Your turn to pick.
Johnny, you just missed the bet. Who's mid? Okay, Johnny, you smart guy.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Lupus. Well, we've got late game secured. Fairly sure.
Hey guys.
Augury abounds.
Hey.
Prepare for battle.
Hence.
Type in exclamation mark how to bet if you want to know how to bet. No spaces. Happy Easter, Izuna. Hello, Shad.
Concentration. Thus and so.
Hey, I think those two heroes are a lot stronger than your two heroes.
Well away.
Don't forget your fairy fire, Lulu.
30 seconds to battle.
Orbs light my path. First blood. First exalt Trionis.
Oh, nice!
I'm well aware of it.
The battle begins.
Why Silver Edge? Did anybody say anything about Silver Edge? Huh?
Begins a new age
Thank you,
of
Haku.
knowledge.
Oh, Gabriel, I believe I asked you if you wanted to play. You have not replied, sir.
I'm the only one who managed to.
With speed
I'm not watching ESL 1. One Hope, glad you like the haircut.
peculiar. Forthwith. Nigh unto death. You dare, short-sighted of you. I am a beacon of knowledge blazed. Yeah, plucked from the arcanery.
I'm the witch
Whither
doctor.
I go.
Okay, next game. Hey guys, next game, Gabriel's gonna join us, so remind me. Okay, next.
Sure. Sure.
And he's from
Got you, old man.
He's from Southeast Asia, so
Oh.
we're gonna have to
Block the cam.
compromise.
I'll not be interrupted. Fine. I'm under attack. I am committed. Athwart my path. Element enlightenment stands ready. This bores me.
This panda doesn't see us too well.
I proceed.
Oh shit,
Dire's
Miss Last.
courier has been killed.
What the fuck? A courier?
Attack. Avowedly. The errant drawn from deep within. Fight me. Over yon.
You running out of mana yet?
Off with you. Such
Jesus.
I'll keep it in mind.
There you go, I'm good.
Forge spirit. All things fall. My mind is my arcanery. Well away. Exhort Trionis.
Oh fuck yeah, bitch.
Do you need anything, Magnus?
Light my path.
Ugh. Hello, Anne. Yes, new haircut. Hello, Zafran. Yes, new haircut.
Where's our courier?
You guys made it
died.
dead.
Tis tedious.
I blame Billy.
Boss exhort.
It definitely did not die going towards. Somebody else did it.
It was most likely to be Billy. He's always the don't use courier, don't use courier.
I'm playing Invoker. Invoker doesn't use courier that much.
Eclipses the column.
But nice try.
Yes.
Ooh, I have a haste. Oh. I'll gank mid in a sec.
Alright.
Not for you. An ally from naught. Methinks you wanted that. Haste. Knowledge is power.
He's gonna disrupt me.
Behold.
But when he pushed, okay.
You just run at him with rot right now.
With speed. Austrians.
Guys online. It's not.
Oh, sorry, man. I got you killed.
It's all good.
Yeah, I got us killed for sure.
Your
I figured I
bottom
wouldn't
tower is under
be
attack.
enough, but I trusted you.
What have you learned?
Nothing. I don't learn.
What a dumbass.
So it is said. From the ravagers of
Fuck.
5.
I need some
I'll dig that.
tangos or something.
A charming hex. Ill luck upon you.
This profit's not that bad.
Hearken unto me. Such
Sucker.
witness true sorcery. Concentration. Away hence. Exhort Triceratops.
Why did I fucking put my sunstrike to the left? Of course he's just running back to his tower.
Was me.
It's okay, first game.
True.
Over yon. Formidable engagement. Colorines I proceed.
Ah, fucking he just broke it.
Unto battle. I am committed. An
SS
honor
base, just
to
try it for what? You just fucking want me to sunstrike this? The fuck?
double damage. As need grief, elemental.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Spherical sorcery. Mindfully.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Well aware.
Easy.
Hither I go. I've forgotten you already. Ah! Hearken unto me. Such tedium.
Oh baby. I see an invisor.
Ooh.
Well away. Invisibility. An ally from naught. 'Tis tedious.
Okay, let's see if I can get him across the river.
I think I can.
I think you just run at him. Yeah, just run at him.
I run, I can do that.
Oh, I would say that's unreliable, but that's okay.
Unreliable, you don't believe in my hooks? It's reliable
I'm
stuff.
saying fitty fitty.
Athwart my path.
Anyone need to shrine? I need mana.
Forge spirit.
Last call.
I am committed.
Stop spamming, please. Thanks.
Orbs. Away hence. Exhort Quasex, one of my words of power. Harlex incantation. Incineration.
Nice.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll keep it in mind.
Yeah, see you later.
Aghast. I'm under attack. Drawn from deep within.
You hit him with a rock?
Thank God I'm fat.
I can sunstrike if you hit him with a rock.
This boy.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh my god, I need to stay in this space. Regenerate more. Oops.
A small
Not a big deal.
I proceed. Conquering's most cunning fabrications. Gaster's mandate of impetuous strife. Fine.
Can you
There's a lot missing.
Yeah, they're all top.
I can't
A little
teleport.
bit of help.
I have 40 seconds on cooldown.
One of my favorites. With speed.
No.
Nope.
Concentration.
I can't teleport for another 20 seconds.
Your middle tower is under attack.
They're still going at us.
Your top tower is under attack.
You guys teleport yet?
Unto battle. Haste.
I got it. Just came up.
We don't have mana now.
Your top tower is under attack.
Go, Johnny!
Nice.
Too bad I couldn't catch the swipe. Oh, I blinked dagger.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Mindfully.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
As needs be. I'll keep it in mind.
I'm coming mid. I'm just gonna blink and dismember him.
Yeah. No, just sunstrike.
Sand King's here.
Orbs light my path.
Did they see you?
Don't know. He didn't go uphill, so I don't think so.
You just run up to him and you blink.
This bores me. An incantation breaks Cyclops. Until battle.
Oh shit.
Red Mucha.
Ooh! Oh!
Suck it.
Daniel, glad you like the haircut. Alright, I use Quasworks if I'm up against Ember Spirit or Brood Mother.
Tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Touch, can you come bottom?
Tower is under attack.
I'm coming.
Can you TP first?
Avowedly.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Nice.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My mind is my Hither I go. Attack.
Sorry.
You look upon
I was taking the room.
away hence.
I think. Hey, Lulu, hang out with Johnny.
Your top tower is under attack.
Ooh, that's a pretty scary combo. I'm out.
The enemy's bottom tower has been denied. Your top tower is under attack.
We make
I was hoping you one of them.
Your top
I don't really want to go in on that.
fine.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Thus and so. Conrad's most cunning fabrications.
Although if Sand King's still
Your
there,
middle tower has
I'll
fallen.
go in on him.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Of course. True artillery thrives.
Now you like
We're losing it.
you. I think he's.
Forge your spirit. You dare fight me? Such tedium. With speed.
That's worth.
Your top tower is under attack.
Ah, he juked up. Get back, Lulu.
Your top tower is under attack.
This plucked from the arcane.
Your top tower
Teleporting.
is under attack.
I have. I'm just gonna go in and
Yeah, go ahead.
eat.
Nice.
Nice.
Knowledge is power. Arcana, known only to me.
お前は
もう死んでいる。何？
Good job, man.
You dare fight me?
I'm coming, Lulu.
Armor and will. Seal the Wexort. An honor to fight me.
Fuck, dude.
Holy crap, 10 kill streak.
Holy crap.
Oh my god.
I just fed 1k.
God damn, Johnny.
It's okay, it was Shadow Demon.
Knowledge is power.
It wasn't the Wraith King, we're good.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
It does kill me?
Your top
Yeah, they
tower
do.
is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, God!
Coming mid. Oh, you're dead.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Don't go in, Lulu. I went out.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I can't teleport for 30 seconds.
With speed. From the great mystery. An incantation long remembered. Well away. Exhort! Away hence! Witness Golden Pyroclasm! One strikes. Thither I go. True arcanery thrives. Ready. Ill luck upon you. Over yon.
Hey, Johnny, just before you go on anyone, just tell me.
Ice.
I'm on this guy. Oh shit.
Shouldn't lead out. Shadow Demon.
Suddenly Shadow Demon.
Oh, fuck, I don't have the meatball.
I think you run.
Allow it.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Harlex
God, man.
Didn't expect Shadow Demon there. My bad.
That's okay. Now we should have asked for the Spectre Haunt there. I don't know, change things a little bit.
I don't think it
Your
would have
bottom
either.
tower is under attack.
I think if we asked for it earlier, at least there might be some intimidation at the very
Dire
least.
structures are fortified.
Never know.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
I don't think they'll push this.
Okay, is that real? This one's real, isn't
No,
it?
no, it's fake. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. That should be real.
Yep.
Witness true sorcery.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, 3 for 1? That's good.
And I gave Magnus the kill.
Nice. Oh hey, he's got his radiance now. Thanks, Haku. Glad you like the hair, Ming. What makes you think that was an effective fight?
Because nothing of value was lost.
Hmm.
No.
Wow. Well, friends like you, who needs enemies?
I shall be mindful. Make no mistake.
You guys see Feeder? I see Jupiter.
Forthwith.
25-minute runs.
I'll take that.
Deep within. Attack. I'll not be interrupted. I am committed. I'll keep it in mind.
You can get that observer ward while you're at. Never mind, I'll get.
Your top tower is under attack.
This bores me.
Panda. Okay.
Your top
Panda.
tower has fallen.
Panda, Pudge, come bottom, please.
Such admitting.
Panda, please come bottom.
Anyone want it?
I'll take it.
Well away.
They have vision, by the way, here.
Force of an error.
Oh, whatever.
Fine.
Teleports. That's not good. This is not a good fight.
Spectre, if you haunt there, you can get kills.
Come to a bad end.
9 more. Slark is probably full now.
Oh shit. Just bad one after another.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
This guy doesn't micro that.
Gabe, I'm glad you like the haircut.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Will creation.
We go mid, Pudge, Pudge.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Hearken unto me. Who threatens my concentration? Invisibility! Fight me!
Have a sentry over there. I saw some blink over here. this when someone was here.
5 bottom, please.
They have vision there, so we need to be careful.
It's not time yet. Unto battle! Thither I go.
Fudge, can I get you to stand by the shrine?
My
Oh, we have a ward here.
I do.
the spell I well remember. I proceed.
Where did they have the ward? ID ward.
Holy shit, I just lost half my health. Nice. Slark buyback, Wraith King buyback. Slark's and Viz down there.
Oh yeah. That's a good fight.
Wow.
Hey!
Oh,
Enlightenment is
It's over 9,000!
Let's get back after this.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Witch Doctor, can you grab bottom runes? Thanks.
concentration. Behold, exhort, quas
Slark and Wraith King diebacked.
Augury abounds. Who threatens my concentration?
I'll take that.
Thus and so. An honor to fight me. Experience true swiftness. Athwart my path.
Good job.
'Tis tedious.
Haste!
Rex exhort. Ill luck upon you.
Farming on carries,
Committed.
on any carries in general, is one of the most obvious things I've ever heard in my life.
Blink dagger. This bores me. Ravagers of armor and will, one of my favorites. The learned one strike. I am a beacon of knowledge blazing out
Happy
across the
Easter.
Black Sea of ignorance. I'll keep it in mind. Alacrity. So moot it be. I'm well aware of it. Wax quas True arcane. Ghost walk. Orbs
Yo,
light my
JT,
path.
glad you like the haircut.
As needs be.
There's 3 of them hanging around bot.
Over yon.
Actually, they're all hanging around bottom.
Away hence. Witness the field of Wexhort. Knowledge is power. So it is said. Arcana, known only to me.
You have dust for the sink, right?
I do have dust, yes.
Yes.
Brew, come.
I'll not be
You see this? You see this?
I am disrupted. Nice, Lulu.
glad to leave that place.
Holy shit.
We're all dead.
And P-bot back.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Marry a mark upon me. Thus and so. Geist of lethargy. I'm not with Harlech's incantation of incineration. Concentration. Exalt.
At least Wraithkin got Aegis instead of Slark.
Fight me. You dare fight me?
They have vision up here.
Yep. Got it.
Unto battle. Attack. Hearken unto me.
Slark doesn't have that many items.
Nigh unto death sphere Khalid's most cunning fabrications.
Hey, which doctor
Sand
you
King
should be with
teleporting.
us?
Sand King.
Alright, Slark.
Nature's Prophet coming from this side.
Fight, fight, fight.
Enemy's top tower has been denied.
Haunt, haunt, please, haunt.
Stick a bone in it. You're done.
This boy.
I will defend bottom. I will be the only one to defend bottom. Thank you.
His name is John C.
I think I could have should have done.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You push much faster than I do.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, that's game.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower tower has fallen.
Gabriel, shall we play some games? Gabriel Wu. Okay, can you give me your friend ID number? To find out your friend ID number, you just go to your profile and it is located right here. So this is the friend ID number right there. You can post that in either Discord or in the stream chat and I'll add you. And yeah, what Alex says is correct about backhanded compliments. You know, if you want to say something nice about someone, just talk about simply that. Like, you know, like Blue Span, your carry is way better than your support, you know? Like, that's, you know what that means? Voucher, is that you? Oh, no, I don't think that's you. Oh, betting winner, thanks. I only play with people I don't know and people who are invited only, thank you. Get your points. Evoker's so fun, guys. Yes, also people who actually donate. Am I right? He's saying next time you say something bad like that, I will ban the shit out of you. Understood? Actually, you know what? I don't want to deal with your shit at all.
How do I sound now, guys?
Oh, perfect.
Perfect. That's,
Hey, yeah, sounds good.
I don't know about perfect, but
Now your voice is sexy.
Just take the compliment.
all right. Thank you.
So we have someone in C, we have someone in Europe, and we have 3 in North America. So somebody's gonna have to take a hit.
Clearly, it should be the 3 people in North America. We should all play in C. Sounds.
So
Whoever our last person is, Omega Creep actually only has about 80 ping at US East.
I
So
feel
I
like
think we're
that's
fine on US
deceptive.
East.
How is that even possible? Is their internet so good that they can actually achieve that kind of ping?
It's better than Lewis.
Okay.
Actually, I think it may just not be very accurate because he's getting 80 ping and so maybe I just can't accurately find it.
Yeah, I think so. Hey Gabriel, did you want to join us in our Discord chat? And Ken, the people who are playing with me is Lulu Chan, Asian Dumbass, Gabriel Wu, yeah. Necro, man, sure, whatever you like. Oh, so we can actually challenge OpenAI, right?
That
Oh,
was
yeah.
correct. That was supposed to be what we do today as well. Yeah, we do have a 5-stack, so I mean, we have 0 excuses now.
Okay, does someone want to set
I
that
have
up?
it So we have the option of two things. Either we can choose the side we're on, so we can either be Radiant or Dire, or we can pick who has the first pick or last pick.
I want last pick, so that's
You want
why I
last pick? Okay.
I think we play Radiant.
Well, we can't choose both. We can only have pick or team.
last
So
pick is
I'm-
way better than Radiant.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is
Oh.
OpenAI drafting so good? Isn't their hero pool very limited, anyways?
No, they do all heroes now. All
Wow.
well, I mean, as
All
far
except
as-
for no.
like
uh,
it's heroes that they think are good, which could be any hero, only if they're good at that hero.
Actually, no. The rule is we can only here. I'm sending the link to the stream chat.
Okay. Oh, stream chat. Fuck.
So should we cancel this queue so you can set up your OpenAI game?
We're only allowed to play 17 heroes.
Oh my goodness.
How many?
Yeah, 17.
17.
Necro, Sniper. I sent it in the stream chat, but they're Necro, Sniper, Viper, CM, Shadow Fiend, Razor, DP, Gyro, Slark,
Yo, Legger.
Ricky, Lion, Quap, Axe, Sven, Witch Doctor, or apparently it's very limited.
Well, I mean, all we need is Slark. Like that's already GG thing.
Also, you cannot buy Manta, Necro, Book, or Helma Dominator.
Wait,
What the fuck, man? So many rules. Jesus.
What?
Whatever, let's play. Can you set up the game, Johnny?
Yeah, so
Sure.
Cancel the queue?
I am setting it up right now.
Okie dokie.
Also, make sure you have console enabled on settings. I think this is their own special map type thing. Maybe that's
So, did you mention earlier that we're restricted to 17 heroes?
correct.
Both them and us?
Yes.
Huh.
I'm back, guys. So, are we playing the
OpenAI, yeah.
OpenAI?
You need to enable console.
Hey Lulu, I
You
didn't
don't-
hear the part where you left.
Yeah, me
I said in the chat.
Okay. Oh, right, party chat.
I was nearby anyways, but I didn't hear everything that you guys talked about.
Okay.
Well, Witch Doctor is an available hero, so or CM.
Mm-hmm.
Do all
I'm
of
sure
us
you're
need
good with those.
console?
Yes, everyone needs to have console.
Where is that?
Options, advanced options.
Options.
Left side, bottom left.
Yeah, left side, bottom left, right above those.
Advance of
Got it.
left side where?
Oh, Gabriel, you're in here. Hello.
Yes, yes, yes. I hear you. Alright, I'm trying to enable the console. So I'm in advanced options.
Mm-hmm.
Look on the stream,
Okay.
by the way.
Yeah, yeah. I'm looking at blue stream. Blue stream. Console. Oh, enable. Okay, okay, I see that. Why am I not able to changes? Okay. Somehow not able to enable that.
Maybe he doesn't like
Yeah.
people from Southeast Asia.
Okay, if you have launch options like dev or console that enable console, they override these settings. Changes. I'm not sure how that works.
You may or may not need. Hold on. I think you might have to do something in your game properties, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh well. Okay, if you have launch options like dev or console that enable the console, they override this setting. So I can try and let me just Google that. Enter console.
Hey Rakesh, do you ever think about the possible answers to your question?
Do you want to re-invite me?
Sure.
But these options.
Are we ready, guys?
I have that as well.
No, we have to wait for Gabriel, don't
I
we?
think I already have console actually.
You think?
That's why it's grayed out. Yeah, I think I'm ready.
Okay. We have to paste something to console. I don't know how I'm gonna.
Where can we read this?
I need to copy and paste it and send you the code.
Okay.
My console hotkey doesn't work, guys.
Yeah.
Mine neither, actually.
Yeah, so I actually never the button, the enable console thing never works for me. So I always do it in what do you call it, the launch options in Steam.
Launch options.
And that
Yeah.
yeah, and then
Maybe I have to do that.
the hotkey works fine if it's enabled
Hotkey is-
in Steam. That is.
Okay, let's try that. Oh yeah, okay, I've got the console up.
Yeah.
Hotkey is backslash. Okay, so what do you have?
Wait, what was the solution? I totally zoned out for a second there.
To put it in your Steam launch options.
Okay. And it's something like dash console or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Where's the exe file for Dota?
No, you just go to your Steam,
Yeah.
go to properties,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and there's a set launch options button right in general. Right in the middle.
Oh, interesting.
There we go. Works.
Yeah, see?
Okay. Okay, so what do we have to do?
Hey Haku, there's been a couple of teams who've beaten OpenAI already. Some pro ones, yeah. Well, time to change the stream title.
Copy and paste what I just sent you onto the
Where'd you send it?
Discord message.
All right.
Ooh, exciting.
That worked.
Ooh.
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 Are we all connected?
Gabriel
I'm
and Lulu are
connected
coming
now.
in.
Oh, fuck. We should have waited then.
No, it doesn't start until everyone's here. We're
Oh,
good.
okay.
Also, someone become captain after Gabriel gets here. Gabriel.
I'll
I got
become
your
captain.
message, but I can't copy and paste, so I'm just typing it out.
Nah.
Okay. Good luck.
Okay, let's hope I didn't. I don't get anything wrong. Okay, yeah, I'm in.
All right. Who's captaining?
I already pushed the button.
Okay, good.
I think with 17 heroes, surely I can draft. Oh, there's no bans? What? That's
Necro
fucking
is.
stupid. Alright.
All right, Lulu, would you prefer Crystal Maiden or would you prefer Witch Doctor or Lion?
I'm okay with either of them.
Okay, Crystal Maiden it is.
There's no lion. Oh, yeah, dude, lion's way better.
There's
This would be
lion.
like-
10 seconds
I think lion.
remaining.
What do you think?
I can be the second support with Lion. If
Your turn.
I
to
like
pick.
free mana regardless of
Oh, man.
you know.
Gabriel, who are you playing? You want Necro?
I
Enemies
think Necro,
turn
so
to pick.
this suits me well.
Wait a minute, we're supposed to pick sniper. Motherfuck!
Oh. What? Yeah.
I think they had the first pick and they picked sniper.
Yeah,
So
Yeah, they got first pick. Magnus wanted the last pick.
Your turn to pick.
New haircut, yeah. No bets, guys. We're gonna lose this.
Honestly,
There's
of all the
99%
options,
chance we're gonna lose.
I can only play Necro or Sniper.
Alright, we're gonna play sniper.
Enemy's turn to pick.
Am I out for some bets? Alright. Whose dick is bigger? Mine or yours? Send me your picks. I know the answer to this one. Probably yours.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds Your remaining. Turn to pick.
Do you have a hero you'd like to play, Magnus?
Smart, I would assume.
This is a good question. So I think Quap is a super fun, flashy hero, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get like auto silenced every time
remaining.
by this DP.
Do you
so
want
I don't know.
Slark?
I think this. I think the bots are gonna be faster than me.
Enemies
Probably.
turn to pick.
Okay, so yeah, just let me know which one you want.
I don't know. So
Lulu, I'm lying.
okay.
you know,
Enemies turn to pick.
so the bots react correctly to like cutting, right?
Yes.
Hmm.
But apparently they don't do so well against bluffs. So if you fake back or you fake push, they don't react that well.
Your turn to pick.
All right,
From what I've
all
seen.
right. I've got this. We're gonna do X, and I'm gonna fuck with the bots so hard. Let's do it.
Disclaimer though, that was 500 games in when they figured that out, and the bots learn after every game, so they may have learned because it's at
10
4,000.
seconds remaining.
X attacks. Let's do it.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay.
You may now select your heroes.
I'm playing Viper.
EB's betting $10 that we can't get 15.
Okay, so who's gonna pay the price?
I think
I'll bet $10 that we can't win.
I will also bet $10 that we cannot win.
I think someone has to bet that they will win in order for
This person has to have really high odds.
EB just said 15 kills, 15 total kills.
Everyone buy Dagon, and we all Dagon at the same time.
Wait, what?
I got a finger.
What is 15 kills for?
For
EB
money.
said he'll give Billy $10 if we get 15 kills,
10
team
seconds
kills,
remaining.
or we give him $10 if.
5
What
seconds.
what about creep kills? Does that count?
Yes, it does count. So as long as our team gets more than 15 creep kills, we're good, and he's gonna give me $10.
So who's our mid?
I'm mid.
Vipers are
Viper's mid.
Can I get one of those wards?
Necro, you're safe lane.
Who wants what?
Necro, you're safe lane.
Oh, okay. But who wants what?
I want the ward.
You
Mr.
don't
X.
You're not supposed
buy
to
the
buy
ward.
wards.
Yeah, you shouldn't be buying ward.
Sell your ward immediately and let whoever was supposed to buy it buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sell
Or
your
just, or
ward.
just give it to me. I'll take the gold. You know.
I'll buy it for you, but let him. Gabriel, your
guard.
position 1. You can't be.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and.
So Jam, yeah, new hair.
Found it. Okay. Hold it.
Wow, look at this guy, trash talking already.
Prepare for battle.
Do the bots deward?
I
Yes.
think they do.
They
Yeah.
do everything except for know when we're bluffing apparently.
Yes, OpenAI beat OG.
Did
Alright, I
they
got
learn
you.
about Roshan and respawn time? Because I know last time at TI they didn't.
I would assume so, but I don't know. Just remember, you can't buy Necrobook
Let's fuck up the
or
sniper.
Manta.
30 seconds to battle.
That's right, motherfucker.
Yeah, you
Team
said your
human.
dominance.
Fuck this guy. Run. What you gonna do? Oh, you got
Oh
him good.
yeah,
Oh.
wear him down for me, boys and girls.
Sniper's going
2
down.
healing salve Manta.
Sniper's here.
I don't know if you can conclude that, Sharma. Just because he walked here doesn't mean he put down the wood.
The battle
I told you guys like 3 times.
Got you baited!
Ah, the feeding begins.
Feeding her.
Oh, that's how it's done.
Oh no!
Someone needs to turn off their push or voice chat.
Gabriel, can you switch to push to talk?
Yeah. What do you mean by push talk?
Push to talk on Discord? Or are you using on the phone?
Oh, is it too noisy?
We
Yes,
can
you're
hear
making too much
ourselves.
Okay, okay.
Okay, yeah, I don't like this lane. Jesus.
Where's the fucking
Mounted
creep
level
wave?
1 actually hurt a lot.
Hi, Anka. Where's the creep wave? What the? What? What?
Hey, I'm gonna bring you a lane of creeps, and I want the XP, Mr. Viper.
Why don't you just go to your lane?
Because I don't have spin yet.
Oh. I think you could have spin if you're just in your lane.
I am in my lane.
Oh, okay. Here, we'll
TP
share
for
it,
me.
okay?
Yeah. Extra creeps. Look at this sniper TP. What is this shit, man?
Pure other lanes?
Yeah, sniper TP.
He's top.
I
Again?
got spin now.
Fucking sick.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Viper.
You're
All yours
welcome.
now. Look at that extra XP.
Yeah, the snipers do. They are pushing.
I need you to shut your dog up, Lulu.
Fine.
Bottom is missing.
Your top tower is under attack.
On my way to a one-bite kill.
How are you
Wow.
guys dying?
They're going all push on us.
Just TP.
Your top tower.
Yeah, you're allowed to leave the lane if you want. In fact, you guys can have middle and I'll go
Your
top.
tower is under attack.
They smell the blood in the water. What the fuck is Courier doing here?
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, don't feed the bots, man. That's how we lose.
Your top tower is under attack.
Swoop the battle.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
My fang.
Oh. Billy, you need the regen?
Your top tower
Mine
has
then.
fallen.
Oh god, the slaughter begins.
Cool. Experience.
Forward. With malicious intent.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I thrive. Overseen. Thrust ahead.
Bottom is missing.
Yes.
Money changes hands.
Oh, they're ready to do it.
Glide on.
I'm dead, guys.
I fly into a rage. Swiftly.
I'm dead.
Poisoning.
The wards, man. Where the fuck? Hey Lulu, I need a ward right here, please.
Axe's middle is missing.
I will have vengeance. With malicious intent.
You want to deny my shit, bro?
Gliding in.
Wait. Okay, thanks.
Swoop the battle.
Holy fuck.
I roam. Forward.
Does he fucking know that I'm here?
Seen.
I
Forward.
just juked a bot. Easy
Nice.
fucking bot.
Lulu, gank mid right now, please. Oh, never mind. You don't have shit.
Wings.
Axe's
fucking bot
middle
knows,
is
man.
missing.
Fucking map awareness.
Sweet salvation.
Oh my god, he denied right in front of my face.
Oh shit, there's just Sven.
Oh yeah,
Never mind, I'm good. I'm good.
Under attack.
Witch Doctor's missing.
Of course he is. Fuck this doctor, man.
Here's poison.
No, he's top.
Your eye.
Nice deny, bro.
Fly into a rage.
Bottom is missing.
Thrust ahead.
I'm pretty sure we lost this game. Oh my god!
Gliding in.
This fucking trash talking motherfucker.
Holy fuck, they just used Exo. Alright.
Radiant structures are
Well.
fortified.
DP, TP with Exo.
Okay.
You should get
Leave me
the
that
fuck out.
haste, please.
I roam. Haste.
What are you doing?
Don't go
Run!
in. Gabriel.
Jesus Christ! What are you doing?
Thank you. Swoop the battle.
That's fine, man. That's why I'm trying to push this tower real hard for you.
Indeed.
Yeah, use your Viper Cancer. We'll be
Oh,
fine.
I am.
Gliding in.
Oh god, he is assassinated.
Oh yeah.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Nice denying, bro.
Your
15
bottom tower
kills
is
is
under
harder than I
attack.
expected.
Hey, kill this bitch.
Yeah, we have fucking 0.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has
I
fallen.
almost got this tower.
It makes you wonder how tough these bots are gonna be once you get all the heroes in.
Probably easier, because you can counter them better. How the fuck do they know I'm here?
You fucking going down, bitch!
Being
Go down! No!
and
No!
Witch Doctor.
No! You beat
Oh
it!
my god.
Wow. You see that shit?
No! God!
Why is Sniper chasing me
Please,
still?
no! 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 No!
Jesus Christ.
Run, run, Necros.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I can't believe I didn't even kill that Death Prophet.
Hey, Gabriel, don't try to
Under
fight.
attack. Your
Don't try to
middle
fight.
tower is under attack.
There's fucking
And
rocket
don't try to
coming at
save
me.
people.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle
Alright, my goal
tower
of this game
has
is to take that
fallen.
mid tower.
What about the bottom tower?
Nope, just the mid one. Bottom tower is untouched.
Your middle tower is
I almost got
under
one kill
attack.
earlier. One hit left.
Man, I would hit 6 with this wave too.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Wah wah.
I don't think we can kill her, dude.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I think we can kill Sniper once I hit 6.
Your middle tower has fallen.
And I have no creep, so if I
Oh my
ever
god,
hit-
they're just running down mid.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are
I would
falling.
not get close to them
Your middle tower
until
is under
we have
attack.
people.
Yo, let's get ready to fight. I'm TPing, okay? Axe, can you come too?
Oh yeah, in 7 seconds.
Your middle tower.
Let's
is
go,
under
let's go, let's go,
attack.
let's go. No God Strength, no DP. No God Strength, no DP.
Has fallen.
Jesus!
Wow, man. We didn't even get a single kill. Wow, we still didn't get a single kill.
Our Necro is not even 6 to kill the Sniper.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
I'm going for my graveside
Your
mark.
middle barracks are under attack.
Who knew roaming Sniper would be that good?
Apparently now we know.
Your middle barracks are under your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack.
Just wow.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
Should have stayed bottom. Could have gotten like level 8 by now.
Alright guys, I'm gonna go take that mid tower. I did something this game. What about you guys? I'm about to take this mid tower.
I died 4 times. I did something.
Oh, I mean, you're not wrong.
In before
Your
instant
I got
lift.
this. I got this. No, I'm gonna get this tower.
Radiant structures are
No,
fortified.
nothing will stop me from getting this tower. Mark my words. See, I got it.
Your top tower is under attack.
Good job. Good job.
Thanks. Alright, let's fuck up that
Sniper's
sniper.
alone.
Everyone go on sniper. We're gonna get 1 kill this game.
Your top tower,
We're gonna get 1 kill.
Johnny, go!
tower has fallen.
Oh, Johnny doesn't have ulti.
That was there.
I'm safe.
We're gonna get 1 kill. We're gonna get 1 kill this game.
He sees me somehow.
Get him, Necrophos.
Oh my
Get
god!
him.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Wow.
Holy fucking shit.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yep. No, that was my tower. I got that by myself.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Alright, shall we try this again?
So
Yeah.
I actually think I think that this axe thing would work if we deny picked Witch Doctor. Like that's the only reason I'm not a fucking monster
Your
right now
top
is Witch
tower
Doctor
is under attack.
and fucking Maledict.
Your
So-
top tower has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack.
Yeah. So I want to do it again.
Your top
Deny pick
barracks
Witch
are under
Doctor.
Wait,
attack.
should we just disconnect
Be fine.
and Johnny, you wanna set up the next game?
Radiant victory.
Sure.
Also, Lulu is not in our party right now.
I don't think we need to be in a party.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Oh.
Alright, Johnny, set up.
Getting.
Oh my god. We're gonna start another game, OpenAI. Just a sec, guys.
It's loading. I'll paste the code.
Okie dokie. Man, that was a fucking beating. Alright, so this next OpenAI game, our goal is to get 1 kill.
Okay.
Gotta start small, you know?
So I'm playing Witch Doctor this time to deny Picket.
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
I think our goal is to not be so far up and not die so much early game. Even if it means not getting far.
I've been watching games just a little bit, and we didn't fit that much compared to others.
I mean, I'm sure, but I'd say just hide further back.
Yeah.
Is there a good example of this faking? Like, can we look at it? real quick?
So it was. I don't know if there's a clip of it. Let me see if I can find it. There was a team, Wagamama, 2B, Sing Sing, and 2 other randoms who did it pretty well. They won twice against OpenAI.
Do you know what it's called?
Honestly, I have no idea.
We beat OpenAI by Wagamama. Okay. Sounds
Wow.
legit.
I think that's just a clip at the end.
Yeah, we need to get Sniper. It seems like, and we need somebody good at Sniper.
I think that's the thing. I think they will always first pick it because
Well-
I've seen Sniper in almost all their games.
Let me see if they have their draft in here. Okay, yeah. So yeah, okay, I agree. We
have first pick.
we need first pick. We need Sniper. We need deny pick Witch Doctor.
Oh, well. We have.
You went for last pick again, right, Johnny?
Yes.
Oh, we
Do
can
you wanna
try
make-
like this.
Do you want to make
I
another
guess.
one though? Because I
We can if you
really
want.
think we need. Yeah, let's. I think we need first pick sniper.
We have first
Tonight-
pick.
tonight pick
We
was
have
suck.
first pick.
We do.
No, we don't.
We're Radiant. The first pick is ours.
No, we don't. We have second pick.
What the fuck am I looking? Chat, am I looking at this wrong? Look, this is Radiant. This is the first.
It'll reconfigure us after everyone's in.
Oh, is that right?
I just hit surrender, so
Okay.
Guys, I'm not in. Should I be typing something in?
Did you not send the code to Gabriel?
I did send it to him.
Gabriel, did you
Yeah,
check
but
your
we are
messages?
not doing that anyway.
Yeah, it's fine.
Is the game up?
No. We're starting
no,
a new
he's
game.
he's starting a new one.
Okay.
You'll have to do the same thing as last time, Gabriel.
Pretty.
Once I get the code, I'm gonna message
Jug's
it to
not
you.
one of the 17 heroes, right?
Wow. So Wega did Midas on sniper after getting 3 wraith.
Interesting. There's gonna be some new meta type shit.
Oh yeah.
Roaming Midas sniper.
No, it's the farming sniper, and he's just staying. He's just keeping his range, and he's fine. And then he buys a force staff to get escape from getting jumped on. Seems pretty legit.
What about everyone else?
I don't know. I'm just looking at sniper.
Lee, thanks for subscribing. Game will start soon, guys.
Yeah, and they're doing a lot of safe splitting with like vision and stuff.
Sending out the codes now.
Okay, so should I be typing something in? Because I don't see the screen.
Yes.
Did
Alright,
you send Johnny?
same
Did
thing
you
you
send him the
sent me.
codes?
I sent everyone the code.
The same
Is
one,
the
right?
the same way, yeah. Not the same code, but the same through Discord.
Oh, okay, I think I just... Alright.
Gabriel, did you check your Discord messages?
Oh yeah, I missed it.
I mean, I only said I sent it to Discord messages like 3 times.
Hi, Elvis.
So if it's a so if it's like a split push, there's no real need for like a squishy position 4, right? You just get someone who has a
Yeah.
decent amount of tower damage.
I agree. I think if they don't get Death Prophet, we should get Quap. Maybe
5
I don't know.
seconds remaining. Enemy's turn to pick.
Sniper.
Sniper.
I thought we had first pick.
We do.
We
That's
do.
us.
That's us.
We are the enemy. We're our own enemy. You're picking, Mr. Bluesman.
We are Dire. Radiant have first pick.
It says you're picking.
On my screen it says enemy's
Your
turn to pick.
pick.
They instantly pick. Just click on sniper.
What the? Are we
What the
looking at
fuck?
the same shit?
I get-
They just first pick sniper. I don't know why you guys think that we have first pick.
Because I chose. We have first pick. I don't understand.
Well, they have first pick, don't they? Am I taking
I'm
crazy
looking
pills
at the
right now?
same.
10 seconds remaining.
Looking at the same screen you are.
Interesting.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
What is this? We still gonna try it with this?
Enemy's turn to pick.
Yeah, let's just play the game. Honestly, even if we had the proper picks or first pick sniper, I don't think we'd still get our asses kicked 99%. I think.
Your turn.
But it won't be as embarrassing.
Hmm.
Also, I don't think we need a CM and Witch Doctor.
Can we get any lower
Yeah.
than 0 kills?
No.
We can get less than 25
Enemy's
deaths.
We can get
turn to pick.
we can get them more kills though.
We
I
can
think
get
we're
zero
way
CM.
too squishy.
I mean, we have 3 support picks. Right? We have Crystal Maiden, we have Witch Doctor, and we have Lion. So I mean, I don't know
We
which
have
of
Lion
those
as well.
2 out of those 3
Your
heroes you
turn
want
to
that
pick.
are not squishy.
We should only get one of them.
Yeah, we only need Witch Doctor.
Yeah.
Okay, then who would you like the 4 to be?
Anyone else besides those 3 heroes?
Yeah, it doesn't need to be the conventional
10 seconds.
2
remaining.
supports, 1 position, 3 type thing. I mean, look at them. They're doing
5
Sniper, Gyro
seconds
DP.
remaining. Enemy's turn. to
Sven
pick.
will probably be their next pick.
This game's looking very familiar.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
you did pick CM and Necro, so
and Dax.
it's of course it's gonna be it was about the same draft.
Enemy's turn to pick.
See, Sven's next.
We're gonna fucking lose.
10 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Fuck.
So I'm playing Crystal Maiden again. Johnny Witch Doctor.
Fine, I don't want a Witch Doctor.
Do you want Crystal
I want it
Maiden?
to be someone. No, definitely no, never.
Yeah. I don't like the Witch Doctor CM draft.
It's okay, guys. It's just a game. We are going to lose anyway.
Yep.
I think we let Magnus draft.
Yeah.
He's not so tied into the position 5, position 4 thing.
I think we are still thinking about them as humans, and the way humans play, they play completely different.
Ten seconds remaining.
Like the other thing is like CM isn't gonna be good for like
5
split pushing.
seconds
She's just
remaining.
too slow and not enough damage.
Yeah, I don't think.
I picked CM because she's good high ground defense, and she's got a large AoE nuke. Stop high ground pushes. And you said
But
you
we
wanted
don't-
the first deny pick
but
Witch Doctor.
we want to stop them with rotations, though, not with like directly contesting their.
Stop them with rotations. I think they're just gonna run down mid. I don't think we can outplay them at all in the lane
I
phase.
think they can't if we are split pushing effectively enough.
I don't think we're good enough at
CM
split
doesn't-
pushing.
All right.
Magnus, do you want a word again?
Oh yeah, I do.
Okay. There you go.
Prepare
Yeah, see,
for
even
battle.
the bots think our draft is fucking garbage.
I don't think
Yeah,
it's the draft.
trash talking.
Honestly, it took like a team of 5 immortals to win this kind of stuff.
Nah, it's. I think that's the thing. We don't go into this game thinking that we are going to win. We go into this game trying to beat what we did last time.
30 seconds
And
to battle.
do better than last time.
Pepper's doing the same fucking shit. He always runs down this way. I think maybe not this game, but with a different draft, we could totally we could get a kill here with this game.
Okay.
Careful, Witch Doctor.
They're probably gonna go for this route. No, they're not. Yes, they
Yeah,
are.
and see, like,
Battle begins.
we know they're gonna be here contesting it. You should just hide.
Make way for your queen.
I actually could have gotten it.
Oh, yes.
Lulu, you need to just run right now.
Yep.
Quickly now.
Yeah, and they always send the courier this way. They're doing it again.
No, DP's not safe lane this time.
MVP is mid.
Forward.
Under 3 top again.
Forward.
And I'm a Witch Doctor in lane.
Attack.
In a lane with no creeps, it's gonna be bad for you.
No pain, no
It's okay.
gain.
Maybe you can just leave the lane.
I will,
Pain.
eventually.
I am so fucking good.
Your queen moves. A path to
You died, and it's like 90% probability. Clearly, these guys are fucking.
There's not gonna be anything bot for you to
No,
do.
you should not go bottom. You should go anywhere but bottom.
feel this. Sweet pain.
Careful, Gabriel.
Oh, yes.
Can you make sure the courier doesn't through the bot, Blue?
Through the bot.
I mean, like make it go back to base after it's done with. I'll see if I can do it. There we go. Got it.
Scream.
Yeah, it does it automatically.
No, I did it for manually.
Thought you had that, didn't you? Share my pain.
The bots are missing. Sniper is using up shrapnel charges.
The sniper has no more shrapnel charges. Gabriel, you're too far.
Yes.
Oh my god.
You can't be that deep.
You fucking cunt.
Yeah, they
See-
think their stun is pretty good. So
I think like CM should be jungling or some shit like that.
that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, like there's no point in fighting into that pretty gank stack up there.
Yeah, I'm not fighting. I'm just leeching experience.
Yeah.
Quickly now.
The second you go up there, you get stunned.
Yeah.
So don't go up there.
Oh, yes.
See, I'm doing great. No witch doctor. They can't do shit.
I love a struggle.
Oh man.
Swiftly.
No, I got creep stacks. I'm doing great.
Oh my god, I can't right click that creep.
The pain train.
Not that way, Gabriel.
Oh my god, he denied that creep.
As your top tower is under attack.
You fucking shit.
Your queen moves.
I'm gonna get you, Witch Duck. I mean, Death Prophet.
Oh, you're simply not worth. Your top tower is under attack. Oh, yes. Your top tower is under attack. A royal path.
Courier fortify used.
Dire's structures are fortified. A path to pain.
DP, TP somebody. Some more.
Pay for your top tower has fallen. Middle is missing. Swiftly.
There's double damage.
The pain train.
Well, you're getting too close to
You're
that.
here.
Yeah, you're approaching. I agree.
Does this hurt?
Like, they don't even know I'm in the lane yet. You
Oh, you
can
fucking
easily
bitch.
just leech experience like I am.
I'm lag. Is the game lagging or is it just me?
Yeah, I'm lagging too. Really
Yeah.
bad actually.
Pain builds character. Double damage.
Top is missing.
If we rotate
Fuck,
on
I'm gonna
Sniper, we
fucking
go
kill you.
get him, I think. With like CM and witch doctor.
Sure.
I got a kill! I got a kill!
Oh!
Got him!
Give me 5 seconds.
And his name is John C.
So I'll be level 6 soon.
Thank you.
I have boots now.
Got him.
Yeah.
See, we did better last time.
Let me grab
Yeah,
these runes.
sniper killer. I think we need 3 for this.
Yeah. Wait for. Oh shit.
I'm gonna come kill the sniper.
Yes.
I have a TP.
Yeah, he's at half HP, so.
Your middle tower.
If you guys
is
can
under
find him.
attack. Bottom.
Oh, Sven's.
Sven's here now.
Alright, I think we should do it. I think we should go somewhere else now. We mid rotation, it's fine.
I will.
He's fighting here.
Oh my god, he went the right direction. Fucking amazing.
Suffer.
Oh no.
Too far. Yep, too far.
Fucking little shit.
You can kill
Your
DB
queen
or Sven.
moves.
Bottom is missing.
Sven's only level 4.
Yeah, if we combine our abilities, there's a small chance we could do
A path.
it. Okay, go, 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 go. I think we got him. I think we
He's
got
dead.
him. He doesn't have TP scroll.
Pretty sure we got him.
Yeah, we got him. Oh, that's gonna be a second kill. I'm
Oh,
pretty sure.
nice.
Motherfucker! Oh my
She
goodness.
exercised. I have.
Exercised.
I'm at. Man, I'm loving this 2 healing salve
Oh
meta.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Forward.
Should we go for sniper?
If you can get there in time. He has no TP.
Forward.
I am here.
Yeah, he's dead. He's fucking dead.
Your
Oh no.
pain
No
ends.
vision. Do
I'm
it.
walking over.
Oh no. Oh fuck it. I'm
The
getting
Exo's gone. The
Yeah.
Exo's gone.
fucking Exo. I think we should get an enemy. Queen.
Forward.
They use shrine.
Bottom is
We
missing.
can do it
Yeah,
again.
shrine.
No Exo, no shrine.
Oh,
It's not now.
yes.
I'll ward the area. Oh god, Gabriel, what are you doing?
I'm under attack.
God, dude.
Holy fucking shit.
Oh man. Maybe Lion will die.
Nah, he's fine.
Oh, he's salving through that fucking Shadow Strike? Oh my goodness. Oh my god!
Your top tower is under attack. I know I'm okay. Your middle tower is under attack.
How about we fuck up DP right now? Come on.
Yeah.
Your
Wait for the
middle
next
tower is
wave.
under attack.
I think you go find him. I can blink.
She's gonna be here with the next wave.
I don't know.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Do it.
You don't know. I told you.
Vanguard. I'm gonna dive right now.
I know you told me, but that doesn't mean you're right.
That's just how the bots react.
I'm fucking dead.
I'm
Oh my god, this game is so hard.
Your top tower is under attack.
Well, now they don't have TPs.
I know. That's why I'm top.
Axe reports top is
Fucking
missing.
cunt. Hey, Pigs Go Moo, don't show yet, please.
Here, here.
I wasn't gonna.
Good.
I think like we nailed the strat just now. Like if we rotate and then don't die and then rotate again, like they're just gonna lose.
Okay, you can go down, Pigs Go Moo.
Pain train.
We should leave.
Hey, don't frostbite. Oh god.
You gotta wait until he starts teleporting.
Your pain
I
my
forgot.
gain.
He has
As your bottom tower is under attack.
Middle is missing.
Your queen.
Yeah, just hold your stun a bit longer, Lulu.
Your bottom tower
Okay,
is
Lulu,
under
do not
attack.
cast any spells unless I ask.
The pain train. Your bottom tower has fallen. Attack.
Axe reports top is missing.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Oh, yes.
He pushes a bit. I can go on him.
Forward. So
She already hit top.
Bottom is missing. According to Axe.
Holy Jesus.
What's this game? This is Dota 2 against OpenAI.
I'm trying to get a rotation done here. Yep, there we go.
queen is dead. Long live
Lion bottom now.
queen.
Mine doesn't have fingers.
By the way, we have stacked.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
I don't want to fight this, by the way.
I am on my way.
Swiftly. Scream.
Oh my god.
No, I got blocked by the stupid centaur.
DP rotation.
These spots are really good.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. It's wonderful.
Hey Lulu, I want you to start maxing your Q, okay?
Here, here.
Yeah.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Alright, this is their 5-man push. We're gonna need to defend, guys.
I'm gonna start
Your
cutting
middle
mid.
tower is under attack. Clean it. Dire
If you can clear the waves, they're gonna have no more.
Okay. Oh my god! Oh my god, oh my god.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Clear that wave,
Your middle tower
and somehow, I don't know.
Your
I don't think we
middle
can.
towers are under
Yeah.
attack.
Don't do it, Gabriel. Don't do it.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
All right, can we get?
They're gonna back after this.
Okay, can we run at them then, please? I need the coconut melody. Come on, can we
Your
go?
middle barracks has fallen. As I will.
I actually got assassinated.
I'm under attack.
Canceling my TP.
Your top tower is under attack.
Here, here.
Your
Kill this
bottom tower
motherfucker.
is under attack.
Mallet? Oh, you don't
I
have
don't
it?
have it. I used it on Sven top.
Right.
Your top tower is under attack.
No, their execution's just really good. Like, they don't have like miscommunication or the micro mistakes. You know, they back at the perfect time.
Your top
The
tower
weak one moves
has fallen.
back. They get glimmered. They get earned. No, they're just execution's just really good.
Your bottom
Can you stop
tower
canceling
has
courier?
fallen.
Everybody that's canceling courier, stop canceling it, please.
Your top tower
Cancel it.
is under attack.
Wow, that stun was perfect.
What the actual fuck?
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, yes.
Well, you know,
Your
we got
top
2 kills
tower
this time.
has fallen.
I got one kill. I'm happy.
Your top barracks
I've
are
got one
under
kill too.
attack.
You
I
guys get
only
any
died
kills?
3 times this
You
time.
guys get any kills?
Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks are under attack.
That lion's actually really scary. Like, his hexes and his stuns are just so perfect.
And apparently
Your
that blink.
top barracks are under attack.
Come on, let's kill this gyro. Come on, come on, come on. We can do it. We can get another kill.
Oh,
He's dead.
Oh, Johnny got the
My
kill.
kill.
God damn it.
Back.
Here's the rage buyback.
I can't even blink, dude.
Come on, guys, get on my level.
Aw. Come on, everyone except for Johnny, get on my
Your
level.
bottom tower is under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. Your bottom
So,
tower is
Johnny,
under
you
attack.
asked for first pick, but what do you think happened?
Honestly, I have no idea.
Fun.
Actually, no, I don't think it really matters. Even if we had sniper, I think they still run down mid and we still get wiped.
I think if we
But-
don't feed them and split, we'll be fine. We just don't do that.
Your bottom
I don't know.
tower has
It
I mean, we
took
have a lot
team
of
of 5
opportunities
immortal
to pick off.
players, you know?
Your bottom barracks
We're not
are
even
under
close to
attack.
5 immortals.
I mean, that's true, but we got 3 kills this time.
Your
We're getting
bottom
somewhere.
barracks
Job,
are
Johnny.
under attack.
And if we had a less shitty draft, we could probably do way better.
If we had less shitty players, we could do better too.
Your bottom barracks are under
I'm
attack.
sorry, guys, that you have to play with the hair.
Your bottom barracks has
It's okay,
fallen.
Lulu. You did a lot better this game.
Yeah.
Oh no!
EP exercise.
Maledic. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh no! Oh no! I'm dead.
And I am running.
Alright, shall we just play regular games?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just a beatdown. I mean, next game we
I got
might get
2
4
kills.
kills, but
Now has Megaphone. Your middle tower
I got
is
2
under
kills.
attack.
I'm
Alright,
satisfied. I can't type it in. Blue has to type it. Whoever is
what?
Quap has to type in dash surrender.
Radiant victory.
All right, regular games.
It's an interesting strategy they have, though.
Yeah.
Why do I always lose against an open AI team that has a 99.5% chance of winning? I don't know, Kestam. I don't know. Wow, that was a quick queue.
Oh yeah, and they kill the courier. Man, next level strats.
Yeah, padding my conduct. I tend to be a PMA player. Oh, finally, we can play a game that we can win. Oh, it feels so good.
5
Oh,
seconds
OpenAI.
remaining.
Oh, this is really hard. I mean, pro teams lost to this team, so yeah, of course we will lose.
Without a witch doctor, I was unchallenged at splitting. Like I just was getting all the creeps, all
Your
the farm.
turn to pick.
That's pretty good.
I think you're the only one getting farm on the team.
I know. That's what I'm saying. We need more cancer.
Actually, I picked the Quap to split push a little bit,
10
but
seconds remaining.
Weren't strong enough.
nah, their execution is just way
Your
too
turn
powerful.
to pick.
Hey, Gabriel, you can play whatever you like.
I think he said that's all he knows how to play. You do whoever you want to play. What position are you? Okay. Magnus, you want mid?
Sure.
I'm not much of a mid player.
Says Johnny after winning the game last time we played together.
Yeah, but Lulu, that's
Your
like
turn to pick.
Guardian bracket.
Drew back, watch him.
Your turn to pick.
Okay.
As if I can't beat Guardians.
I'm gonna say it again. I have 5 Herald accounts. We can.
I would not say no to that. We can do something extremely
I
obscure too.
honestly think that if we do that, it's the same as playing against bots, the easy ones. We can just
Yeah, but then
do
you
that.
can do something extremely obscure.
No, that's not fun because you're not like ruining a human's day versus
Why would you ruin a human's day, honestly?
like that's the whole point.
Like I can play Carry Dazzle.
Be right back.
Your turn to pick.
What is this draft? They're gonna fucking lose.
Okay, I'm back.
These guys are just fucking. They just lost the game in the draft.
Do you want 2 tangos?
One's fine. It's
Okay.
one is too many for that matter. Yeah.
Who's their safe lane?
Exactly. Like this is a draft loss. Like there's no way they can win.
Thanks, BJ.
Okay, let's fuck them up.
I think I can just get all the farm if I don't even bother getting impaled.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the bag.
I'm but a
Wait,
shadow.
I didn't buy items.
Hello, Mardeep. What's Suresh?
Moving quickly.
It's in the
Taken by surprise. Here I am.
$2 for $2 for three
$2
skills.
For 3 kills. The match checks out. Although technically, you owe Johnny for the 2 kills he
Johnny, I owe you
secured.
some money. EB just sent us some money.
Oh, yes.
Cause you got 2 out of those 3 kills.
Meh. I'm good.
I owe you
$2 for 3 kills.
$3.50.
30 seconds to battle.
Oh man, I'm rich.
This is not an OpenAI game anymore.
Yeah, Johnny can buy now something to eat.
Hey man, I don't like it when people try to force me to smile. Smiling should happen as a result of just someone just feeling naturally happy.
Ha! The battle begins. My list has
I got it.
5 names on it. Creeping in.
No. I thought you could right click better than him.
You'll miss me.
It's whatever.
Sneaking. I'll slip through their guard. Where least expected.
It's gonna be a tri-lane top, I think.
It's true bottom then.
Or, never mind. It's a core Ricky. Even better.
Without denied.
2 shrapnels, 1 wave seems legit.
Have some blade.
2 girls.
1 caustic finale.
No.
Oh, honey.
Phantasm. In I go.
Hey Lulu, don't go deep.
Lulu likes it deep.
My shadow.
Yeah.
My
No,
blade.
this is too deep.
That's what she said.
Hey.
The blink of an eye. I will not hesitate. Like a wisp. Quick strike. They see me not. Look sharp. It's immaterial.
No more OpenAI games,
Here
guys.
I am.
It's too humiliating.
Taken by surprise.
First blood. Unsee this.
Silence. For the veiled ones. Have some blade. Your middle tower is under attack. Strike. Without remorse. Look sharp.
Tell me if you want to go on them, otherwise I'll not.
Yes. Your middle tower is under attack. I'll not hesitate.
Oh man, you're taking the creeps.
Very well. In I go. There falls my shadow. Fence my
Oi.
blade. Where least expected. Attack. They see me not. First. Moving quickly.
I try to kill as many of those poison warts as you can.
Yeah.
Ha. Yes. In silence. Where least expected.
This is so much easier than OpenAI. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah.
Feels like a game again.
Attack. Quick strike.
Fuck.
Oh, yes. Your middle tower is under
Can you
attack.
zoom out? You can't zoom. You can't zoom in Dota 2, man.
Oh shit.
I'm but a shadow.
Wait, don't TP back. I have some things.
The Sisters of the Veil honor your death.
Okay, wait, hold on, okay? Three items.
In the blink of an eye. I will not hesitate. Here I am. Very well.
Are you not?
Without remorse. Slowly. No. Creeping in.
Coin for
Taken
me.
by surprise.
I have one more item.
Have some blade. Don't blink or you'll miss me. Sneaky. Yes,
Just use the shrimp.
like a wrist. Not yet. Slyly. In the blink of an eye. Creeping in. Don't blink or you'll miss me. In I go. Your middle tower is under attack. Like a wisp. Oh, yes.
Go on, Elder Peg.
Look sharp.
Seriously?
Oh shit.
Here I am.
Did your ward expire, or did they deward it?
Not hesitate. Yes.
Gabriel?
Quick strike.
Did your ward expire, or did they deward it?
Is it A or B? Yes.
Okay.
Here, I think he answered to Gabe.
Where falls my shadow, fells my blade. Moving quickly.
Get back, Lulu.
Well, that's one dust down.
I'm gonna go buy
See me
items.
not.
Actually, here, head towards the shrine, okay?
I'm fine.
Yes. The
Hi, Luke.
enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Reply? Hey, man.
I'm but a shadow.
A whole bunch. Hey, Tree X. A whole bunch of people said something to you, but you just don't say anything,
Very
man.
well.
You go ahead and use it. Oh shit, I walked out.
Blink of an
I
eye.
have a big wand.
I've also got a
Have
big
some
wand.
blade.
Lulu, go on Venomancer.
Hi.
Very well.
Go.
Yes.
Good.
Oh, come on.
Attack button. Surreptitiously.
Should I pull?
Yes.
Oh, yes. They see me not. In silence. Taken by surprise.
don't understand what their plan is.
Falls my shadow, fells my blade.
But he used his last dust trying to kill me, so.
Creeping in. I'm but a shadow.
Fucker.
Yes. Without remorse. Moving quickly. I'm not greedy. Look sharp. Sneaking.
Hey Lulu, I think you work with Broodmother and you finger the sniper.
I'll slip through their
If
guard.
you could heal me a few more times, that'd be nice.
I'll leave you then.
Yeah, grab the runes first.
Yeah.
Okay, you can leave without healing me too.
Least expected.
Haste.
Slyly.
Where's the sniper?
Fighting.
In I go. In I go.
Hey Gabriel, can you even hear me? Can you heal me? Okay, fuck it. Come on, man, use your skills.
Gabriel is bottom.
Sneak.
Yeah, I know. He left me with like a third of my health. Without even using a heal.
Tapping my feet. Quick strike.
Finger Elder Titan.
Like a wisp.
Oh my god!
Oh, sniper sword.
Don't blink or you miss me. There falls my shadow, fells my blade. Creeping. Very well. Yes.
Oh, Sylvia.
Structures are fortified.
Hello, Amrine.
I'm in lane with 200 health.
Maybe you can just type it out
The
of
enemy's middle
Gabriel.
tower has
Not here
fallen.
clearly on
They see me
Discord.
not. I'm but a shadow.
I'm gonna start taking bottom, guys.
Attack.
Actually, can you take top? Is that? You can take their jungle. They can't farm.
I feel blurry. Look sharp.
The problem is how webs work. I can't do that. It's,
Okay.
It'll take too long.
Then I will.
I want
go
tier
top.
1. I want tier 1 bottom.
Surreptitiously.
Stun Elder Titan, please go.
Moving quickly. Slyly. In silence.
Secondary infection.
Moving quickly.
Hey Johnny, can I get you to be
Three
their
rotations.
jungle
Here I am.
/ mid? So this is your area, okay?
We should have gotten out.
Yeah. I'm really.
I'll slip through their guard.
I just want to finish my blink.
I just want to finish my battle fury.
We can go on them.
Taken by surprise. I'm but a shadow. Sneaky. Oh, yes. You will see less of me now.
Ah, they're here.
My shadow, that's my blade.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I didn't even know I was being assassinated. I think I can't disjoint with Blur anyways.
Don't come back. Okay.
Did I
This
find
isn't a
that
fight.
by mistake?
Oh,
I don't
man.
know.
This is not a fight.
We can go on Shadow Demon soon.
I don't have one though.
For the veiled ones.
Fix it.
I am.
Least expected. Very well.
15-minute runes.
In I
Okay,
go.
let me grab the runes first.
Facing up.
Necrophos, can you run to your right to me, please?
Money changes hands.
It is not that.
Okay, I have enough more mana.
Fight him, please.
Go on ET. Try to stun ET when he starts, like after he starts his stomp. Ready?
Okay, ready.
You are a sacred target.
Thank you.
Stun? There you go, easy.
I will not hesitate.
Hey, Blur makes you temporarily non-existent on the map or something like that. For like half second.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Okay.
Quick strike. Taken by surprise. I will not hesitate. Haste.
Ricky's missing. Careful. Oh no, he's top.
Without remorse. My edges are running. Yes.
We can go. We're in your...
Slyly.
This guy has no stomp.
Sharp.
Oh, he does have stomp.
Oh, and I was in the stop.
Assassin.
Monster kill.
Ooh, I really like your item
Your
choices,
top
Lulu.
tower is under attack.
Thank you.
That's really intelligent.
Yep, I need to get you guys out of.
Let me pull aside the veils.
We're on top now.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Slyly. In I go. Where falls my shadow, fells my blade. Sneaking. Moving quickly. When least expected. There you are now. Surreptitiously.
Can I get the courier sometime this year?
I'm easy to
It
overlook.
looked like you were the only one using it.
Don't blink or you'll miss me. Oh, yes.
Oh, double damage.
Yes.
I'll grab that.
I'm coming. I don't have ult though.
But a shadow.
Okay, I guess you didn't need me.
I'll slip
I don't need shit. I'm a fucking brood mother.
double damage.
One man fucking army.
I'll give you a mango though. Good.
Go stun sniper, Lulu. I'm watching you, Lulu. Yeah, go find the sniper. He's in this area.
Looking.
They see me not. Yes.
He's up here.
Blink of an eye.
Oh.
Don't blink. I'm under attack.
I'm just gonna start getting this. Alright.
A wisp. Have some blood. Your middle tower is under attack. Oh, yes. Moving quickly. Attack.
Why am I missing? What the actual fuck? Oh, I'm missing from myself.
Oh shit.
I'm but a shadow. Yes. Attack.
Guys, Counter-Strike has like, what, 500,000 people playing it? It's not dead.
Where least expected.
I don't know why you guys say that. I'm gonna Google that.
One for the phantom.
Counter-Strike Go. This is dead game? How do you guys even talk out of your mouth like that?
Taken by surprise. Quick strike. I'm soft on the eye.
I'll take your tribute.
Yeah, Dota 2's dead game too.
In the blink of an eye. Silence.
You guys want to help me, please?
I'm right here.
Look sharp.
Bound.
I go. Slyly. Sneaky. Have some blade.
Alright there, OpenAI.
I'm soft on the eye. Is Phantasm. Where falls my
I'm
shadow?
gonna rush BKB.
Bends my blade. The enemy's
Or
top
stun Shadow
tower
Demon?
has fallen. My edges
I got
are
it.
running.
I was gonna go bottom.
Stun Shadow Demon?
See me not.
You gotta be ready for the Astro Stomp though.
Oh, I'm coming, guys.
Have dust.
Don't blink or you'll miss me.
The enemy's top tower
Nice.
has fallen.
Very well. Oh, yes.
Wait, why did my
Sleep.
bird get cancelled?
I'm under attack. I'm but a shadow. Slyly. In I go. Yes. Collecting my piece. I feel glory. There falls my shadow, fails my blade. Without remorse. Where to be seen?
The enemy's middle tower has
Hi,
fallen.
Junyi. What is this? This is Dota 2. Ooh, that intelligent. Oh, intelligent force staff purchase.
Yeah. I still died,
That was
but
a really good play, though.
he used ulti.
Hey, Pan Uchiha, I was here when I lose my blur. I'm not that close to the tower, right? Tower's here. Tower's here. I was right here. How did I lose blur?
Illusion.
I remember you told me to buy force staff.
Yeah.
And I've been buying force staff since, I think, and yeah, you're right, a lot.
Yeah, I think for
Especially
someone
against
like
Ricky.
you,
Yeah, if you have a team.
force staff's probably a better buy for you 90% of the time.
Next time, I'll assess before I assassinate. Moving quickly. Ha! This should make my life easier.
I'm coming top. But I'm kind of slow.
I'm
I
also
don't have
going
fucking
top,
dust
but
to
I'm also
settle
slow.
this sniper. Fuck.
I can't fight against Shadow Demon, like with all that other
It
shit.
is not done
I got poisoned.
Shadow Demon is the only reason I lost.
Overlook.
He's a very good anti-carry.
I'll not hesitate.
No, he's it's specifically from the mischance. I'm gonna get MKB
Blink of an eye.
just because of Shadow Demon, and because I can. I'm not fucking rich.
Yes. Oh yes. Taken by surprise.
Oh, that piece of shit. Should have dusted it.
I thought you didn't want to go on him because I have this.
The thing that frustrates me the most is that Shadow Demon isn't even good at Shadow Demon, and he's still, without even understanding why, is able to counter me.
Well, you know, that's dumb luck, right?
Yeah, that's the worst kind of plays. Oh shit, EA.
Nope, I am out.
I am. Holy shit!
I'm good, you use it.
Sniper bot ghost after. I'm gonna TP bottom to take that farm.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hi, Edward. Yes, Ginny, it is the same one that you referenced.
Invisibility.
Sniper's coming top.
Collecting my fee.
Fucking hate Shadow Demon, man.
But let in I go.
I'm joining you in deep.
Why are all of our observers not aggressive?
Yes.
Can I start placing observers, please?
And actually, I'm fine, Louie. You're the one that's in deep.
Moving quickly. Blink of an eye.
I really don't want to fight this. Okay, Billy's here.
Oh my god, that blade mail.
I do my work at the cutting edge.
PA's dead. Time to leave. I mean, we're all the way here and you're all the way there. By the time I get to you, you're kind of already dead.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Illusion.
Hi, Kamo. Glad you like the place.
Don't tell me. I'm a sight for sore eyes. Slowly.
Oh, they took the bottom runes.
Hey, Lulu, when you play support, buy a wand every game.
Okay.
Immortality. For the veiled ones. Ha. Don't blink or you'll miss me.
I don't want to fight, guys.
There falls my shadow.
That's okay.
Fells my
Can we
blade.
wait?
Yeah, we can wait.
Very well. I'll slip through their guard. In silence.
Who saw that?
It's in materia. The phantom strikes. Yes,
Careful. Get back. There's too many. Lulu, get back.
like a wisp. Don't blink or you'll miss me.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Have some blade. Quick strike.
Your middle tower is under attack.
In I
Radiant
go.
structures are fortified.
You will see less of me now. Taken by surprise. Where falls my shadow, fells my blade. Surreptitiously. Without remorse.
Ooh, pretty.
Oh, yes. Black King Bar. They can't stop me now. Yes.
I'm right behind you, Billy.
Okay.
Slyly.
Am I getting Abyssal next? No. I am getting this item next.
Sneaking. I'm under attack. Ha. Have some room. It's not bad.
Got him.
Attack.
Oh, I'm coming back.
I'm walking around along. Got him.
Nice.
Blink of an eye.
Well played.
Quick strike. They see me not.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, I'm still dead.
Meows.
I will have my
That was a effective fight.
Well, 3 of them bought back, so I'd say that's pretty good.
Yep.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'll take it.
Oh shit.
Haste.
So, how do you like the new Sand King, Johnny?
It's pretty good. I do enjoy a good Sand King. Although I think Bounty is my new favorite here.
I see you.
Bounty's so strong now.
Creeping in. I'm but a shadow. I will not hesitate.
Nice.
But Sand King's pretty strong too.
I'm an immaterial girl.
Fucking piece of shit.
Moving quickly. In the blink of an eye.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Death at my hands is an
Okay,
honor.
I got nullifier.
Where falls my shadow, fails my blade.
Alright, shall we push together?
We shall end the game right now.
Look sharp.
I'm not done farming.
Luckily, I am out of web charges.
Yes. Silence. I am not ready. I am not ready. Playing the angle chose you. Quick strike.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Ooh, nice stun. Ooh, nice
Oh my
hex.
god.
That was a great hex.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Thank you.
I'm but a shadow.
Got my Octarine.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Without the war, the enemy's bottom barracks.
Coming back, boys.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Basher for what?
Probably will I reach there until the game is done.
Surreptitiously.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Very well.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, they are so dead.
How many daggers
Oh,
are
yeah.
holding up? Moving quickly.
No, Johnny.
Nope.
In I
Ooh, force staff him back in.
So you're full on HP.
Are fortified.
You have evasion.
I have BKB, man. I don't need Basher. No. Basher's not very important in this game. Gabriel. Okay, buddy. Thanks for playing
You're
with
not
us.
allowed to go.
Yeah, thanks for the game.
You're very
See you,
welcome.
Gabriel. Good game, bye.
Bye, Gabriel.
Have a great night.
I might watch for
Night.
a while more.
Okay, man.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Okay, thanks for the game.
You're welcome. Are you 13 years old? I'll be back when the game starts.
Okay.
OpenAI 1 Blue 0. Excuse me? You don't know if you're 13 years old? I mean, you're either 13 years old or you're not. Wow, man. That's some next level not knowing shit. I feel a little bad for playing PA. Oh, I did wait, did I do 51,000 damage? Damn, that's a lot. Yeah, I don't know, I did a lot of damage that game, but it didn't feel like 51,000 damage worth of damage. You're 2 years old? Okay, well that kind of makes sense because you act like you're 2 years old. Come on, man. You think that's kind of funny, but that's only funny for 2 years olds and 13-year-olds, okay? I'm 30 years old, so that stuff stopped being funny to me 17 years ago. I know what you're trying to do, man, but you just look really dumb. Mohammed, I only play with people I know well, and I do not know you well at all. Hello, Deanie. Should be game soon. Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna get this trash out of here, guys. Sorry, man. I don't like when you say really, really dumb shit, and you keep saying really dumb shit. So now you can't talk anymore. Hello, Radjic. Is the J silent by any chance, making it Radic? Pudge band.
Tie.
No Pudge. No Pudge. Is Air Spirit still free? Nope. Hello, Shan. What feels bad? Hello, Teak. Just playing some dotes. Oh man, that OpenAI games earlier. Oh my god, such a beating. First game we played, it was 28 kills on OpenAI team, and then we had 0. And then the second game, I think we had less deaths. They had 25 kills, And we had 3 kills. So we made a minor improvement. Hello, Vito. Thanks, Jason. OpenAI seems winnable. Yes, maybe with a team of 6Ks. I think if we did a lot of research and blah blah blah, abuse split pushing / polling / invisibility, that kind of thing, and maybe with a team of 5 immortals who executed it properly, yeah, we might have a good chance.
5 seconds remaining.
Hey Mohammed, what did I just tell you, man? I only play with people I don't know, and then you just said the exact same thing again, man.
Your turn to pick.
You even listen? Ashana from Canada? Did I just say that, Namdota? Okay. Oops.
Your turn.
Shut the fuck up, guys! You guys know what I meant!
Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Meepo for donation. Hey man, glad you're learning.
Your turn to pick.
I should probably change the title. I agree. I'm kind of lazy though, you know.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Even if you occasionally play with strangers and pretend not to like it, I didn't get that reference. Where's the AI? We stopped playing it, it's just too difficult. Don't spoil Endgame. Do you think anyone here has seen Endgame? Is it even like out, like preview? Pre-showing? Anyone? Haven't seen Endgame? What the fuck? Hello Rija from Indonesia. I heard you say hello the first time. Don't spam, okay? Thanks. I don't know what he's talking about, Fenrir. How you doing, man? Is that a meme? Why NP? Why not NP? He's fun.
I speak for the trees.
Is Bin Tang? Is he memeing? Or do I need to kick this guy out? Let me know, guys.
Prepare for battle.
Come.
Thanks for waiting for the live, Rija.
Sylvan shade.
I think Johnny's not back.
Nature calls.
He was gone.
Yeah, he went to grab food.
Oh my god.
By hidden paths.
You're gonna have to disconnect. Somebody disconnect.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I think we did pick a little fast.
Hi, Yusuf. Hey, Lee.
I'm back.
I'm back.
Hey, Johnny, if you just Google OpenAI game, it should probably be pretty easy to find the instructions to start the game, right?
Yeah, it's there.
Johnny?
What's up?
If you just Google OpenAI games, the instructions to play those games would probably be pretty easy to find, right?
I'm good to go.
John.
I I already did this yesterday, and yeah, you can find it pretty easily with Google.
Hey, Elif, so can you just Google it, man?
By my shaggy bark.
That's literally how I found it. Just Google it.
This guy says he's been searching for a long time and he can't figure it out.
Learn how to Google.
Well, he probably can't figure out how to play against OpenAI then.
Perhaps he needs to Google how to get a higher IQ or something. It's really not that hard. It's literally the first result when you Google OpenAI.
Do you want to do this, NP?
Do what? Kill these guys? I always want to kill these guys. I see that you have roll.
Oh, he has armor. There's nothing stopping him.
He's dead! Nice.
Easy.
It's on too early, Lulu.
A fool's
That's
arrives. Yes.
You need to stun when there's 2 or 1 seconds left on the clock.
Hey, Bintang, do I need to fucking ban you? You just keep fucking trying to spoil endgame, you bitch. Don't make me ban you. I'll ban the shit out of you.
Is that endgame even out?
No, it's not.
No, not for another
Then
2
how
days.
can we spoil it?
It'll come out in 2 days in Australia. Spoilers were actually leaked.
Okay.
Oh.
Like I don't care about the memes. I don't know about the memes, but I don't want any kind of spoilers. So can someone in chat type to this Bintang guy that he might get fucking banned in a sec? Thanks. I don't know what happens, man. I don't read fucking comic books. Or any books in that matter.
By the wild.
There's really no point in right-clicking the Timbersaw. Right-click the Skywrath if you can.
Yeah.
Timbersaw will heal faster.
Go green. So I go.
Thanks for typing it out, guys. I'm kind of last sitting right now, you know?
Attack. Ah, what golden green. Leaving. Wild is my way.
I'm actually just kind of surprised that he didn't just straight up Lucent beam me.
With a wild uproot and after that. On my way. I lose life. Spirit.
Haste.
Branching out. Yes. Nature calls.
Bintang, no one gives a fuck what the comic says, man. Stop fucking spoiling the fucking movie. Holy fuck, why is that so hard to understand? You fucking come into this chat, you're like, don't spoil Endgame. And you're like, oh yeah, by the way, Nebula kills Thanos. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Holy shit. Oh my god.
By my shaggy bark.
Some fucking people, am I right, guys? Jesus Christ.
On my way. Branch out. So I go. My leaf and live. Come.
The Skywrath is out of regen.
I was actually thinking about going top. What do you think?
I'm about to leave this. Sorry, excuse me. Leave this lane so you can have it.
Okay.
Through shady lanes.
I don't think I want this lane though. Is the thing.
Okay, then I will sit here and then you can go wherever you like.
Attack!
Did they? Okay. Let's see if we can kill this Dazzle.
Okie dokie.
With a wild
Fuck.
I'm under attack.
I think I'm okay.
Yes.
I'm okay. This is not OpenAI. We stopped playing OpenAI games some time ago.
In sylvan shade.
Runes?
Leaving.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Wanna try?
Skyrath missing.
En route.
Just what the
He's going for
doctor ordered.
Pull roots and run.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Evan, you don't need a pause.
Timber's also missing.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
By hidden paths.
I'm coming.
In sylvan shade.
Can we go on this maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna treat the Luna. Bam! Good trade.
4 seconds.
What the fuck? I cast trees? But it didn't do anything. Yeah, I'm gonna die! I'm good. Take the farm, I'm out of here.
En route. Through shady lanes. With a wild spirit.
Back up, Hulu, don't die.
By hidden paths.
At least his Timber's not that good.
Good.
Needs to be a lot more aggressive.
He just missed me.
I miss you too.
Aww.
Hey.
Warriors of the wood.
Hey Jeff, man, you were here like the day before yesterday. Okay, Dark Angel, let's fuck these guys up. Use your Quelling Blade. Kill.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dude, this hero's so fun, guys. Love this hero. He's just so flexible and he can be anywhere, anytime, you know. It's great.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Thanks, Abhishek.
Storm is coming top with the invest.
Your
Hey,
middle
Earth Spirit,
tower is
I'm
under
bottom.
attack.
By my shaggy bark.
Oh my god, I missed my. Oh fuck.
How did you miss that shit?
I'm bad.
Yes.
That'd have been death if you got it.
In sylvan shade. A bit of green.
Okay, we can kill here.
Shaggy bark.
Ready? Let's see, Luna has 1 tango. Okay. Glad you like the haircut, Jeff.
5 seconds.
New life will make its home amongst your bones.
Boop. Boop. Nice.
For the trees. Leaving. Uproot you.
I want to go kill Sky. I'm gonna get my iron and then go top.
Why we kill
Okay.
Luna again? You kill Luna?
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah,
Let
me,
him
I want to archer.
let him go up a little bit, and then I'm gonna tree him.
Yeah. I'm gonna do everything.
Okay. Oh, he has Eclipse now. Huh? Well, I have Treant, so
Yeah,
I mean,
that's fine.
I might die, but you're gonna be fine.
On my
I'm
way.
scared.
With me. With a wild spirit. Feel nature's wrath.
Kill Sky.
No! Oh my god! Oh my god! Thanks, Gabe. Glad you like the NP plays.
I go.
Why was Storm even there?
Kill that guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna come for this guy.
My hidden paths.
My TP is too obvious.
Dazzle's here.
Yes.
We can turn on these guys. I'm gonna go on these guys now, I think.
Not yet. Nature calls.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Green. I go.
Oh shit.
The wild is calling.
Oh shit, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh man.
Pathetic.
Glad you like the jukes from earlier, Yota.
Radiant structures are fortified.
There's a storm here.
Good.
Is the storm intense?
No, it doesn't look like it.
Your bottom tower.
Yeah, it
is
doesn't have
under
anything.
attack. Your bottom tower is under
I'm coming for that storm fruit and the tempest.
Storm doesn't have mana.
He's no mana.
Yeah, he's dead.
I have no stones.
Spirit.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Get him!
Nice.
I got him.
I'm gonna TP bottom for that farm.
Warriors of the wood.
Easy wand. I'm leaving it though.
Go green.
I look different. I got a haircut?
Want to kill Luna?
Sure.
Or Dazzle maybe? As it might be maybe.
On my way.
Do Dazzle.
Should I run towards him?
You go first.
Yeah.
Shit.
Mommy. Mommy. Thanks.
Yes.
Should we kill him?
I can always teleport back. I
have
think we
one
need
stone.
3. No, he's quite tanky.
Yeah. I can get out of
I think I might be able to.
there. I was silenced.
En route.
Oh man, random shrapnels. I love it.
Uproot.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh shit.
By my shaggy bark.
I think I might be dead.
Rip.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's got nothing.
You're in.
It's okay. My life's worth crew. Hey Johnny, maybe you should clear your items.
Nah. Oh right. I forgot you can buy.
the thingy from here. Ruins? Yeah, I think Luna will be here in a second.
Pale sister shines upon my leaves. What have we here?
Go first.
The seeds of war. Pull roots and run.
Nice.
My bad. I fucked
All
up.
good. Sometimes I'm bad, sometimes you're bad. See you later, Jeff.
My hidden paths.
Just go top if anyone wants to attack.
Top.
Yeah, Dazzle, Scott, well, Timber. Okay, never mind, they left.
Yeah,
It's just
I
Timber and,
don't want to go on Timber. Not without, like,
yeah. Dazzle's still here.
one of these.
Okay, I'm gonna cover Dazzle. Hey, PL, let's go.
Middle tower is under attack.
Timber is coming around.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied. Radiant structures.
We can't do anything about that. Where's your fucking Basher, PL?
Basher.
You need Basher, bro.
The enemy's
I know.
bottom
Maybe I
tower
should just get
has
Rapid
fallen.
Yules real quick.
Can PL even use Basher?
So I go.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
Oh, that actually sounds pretty broken. Can this
I'm
illusions
pretty
use
sure
Basher?
illusions can't stun though.
I was gonna say if illusions can
Illusions don't
stun.
Oh no, illusions don't bash.
I have no stones to stun.
I have Shadow Blade, so you can just keep. Ah, you're dead.
With a wild spirit.
Holy shit!
I'm under attack.
Oh, poison got you.
I only had 2 stones to start with.
Yes.
Holy tank.
Oh my god, a fucking little shit!
He's bottling. He's bottling.
Yeah,
He can zip pretty far.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Pull roots and run. Burn and fury.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Man, if I had just 1 stone, that's all I would have needed. Could have killed all 3 of them.
Yeah.
By my shaggy bark.
Oh my god. No!
On my
No!
way.
No! No! Oh!
Turns to gray.
Wow, what the f- Oh my god, that courier is like invincible at the perfect time. Man, where does the invincibility start? I think it's like around here. Like maybe this line right here.
Double damage.
Dazzle? Mr. Oh, dead guy?
15 seconds.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that looked premeditated, Gavin, for sure.
I am glad to leave.
Get the shrine, Lulu, please.
My hidden
Thank you. No! My farm!
Oh fuck. How come Luna didn't get hit by my ultimate?
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, because Lulu had like 3 stacks here and they all hit my stacks.
There's one here as well.
Madness.
Your middle tower is under attack.
By the wilds. Come to me. Go green.
Whoever put the sword there, I really like that. Thanks. Helps me snipe through. Good job, Lulu.
I know you play
Yes.
nature, so yeah, you want to go in deep.
Oh yeah. Best support.
Thank you.
Are you guys fighting
And
stuff?
they dewarded it.
I'm not sure that I am. Oh, damn it.
Through shady lanes.
Alright, I'm the fourth rotation.
Come over here.
Oh shit.
Oh man, you're so prepared.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm amazed you rolled into there without cutting any trees and thus letting them see you and getting lucid
Dude,
beam.
I'm a professional tree user.
Mm.
I know how this shit works.
Speaking of trees.
There was 2 rotations, so we can hopefully kill somebody elsewhere. The Dazzle, it's pretty tasty right now.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, let's go straight for Dazzle.
Okay.
Storm has very little mana though.
Your top tower.
Dazzle.
Okay, go Dazzle.
Guaranteed kill.
Okay, so don't let him TP, okay? So save your roll
Nature
and or
calls.
casket.
No, I got what do you call it? Jewels.
Okay.
So dead.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And you're dead too, Lulu.
Oh, dude.
Oh shit.
En route.
I got 2 levels
Your
from that.
middle
So.
tower is under attack.
In sylvan shade.
Your middle tower is under attack.
With a wild spirit. Orchid malevolence.
Where's my nullifier?
In sylvan shade.
There's a haste bottom.
By my shaggy bark.
Oh my god, I bit off way more than I could chew.
I'm coming mid, but I'm in trouble.
I don't know if this is a good fight.
This is a good fight. This is a good fight. Very good fight.
Coming in.
Hey Arman, my hat's in my closet.
My bad, I fucked that up.
It's all good. He's
I'm just
dead.
pushing buttons. Not even knowing what I'm doing.
Yo man, your hero's really hard. I fuck it up all
Yeah, I'm
the
just
time.
playing with one hand.
Again,
Yeah, I'm playing with one hand,
sun
too.
warms my limbs.
The other hand
The
is
other
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Good thing I ran into the carry. All I had to do was farm all game.
Of the wood,
farming's so fun,
my
right?
leaf and limb.
I know, perfect for 119.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
We should fight this. I only have 2 stones though. I don't know.
Here we
I got Manta too.
Oh shit. Our whole team dead.
We can kill Timbersaw though. There's that. Man, if only we had a sniper or some shit like that. I don't
A sniper? Do we have a sniper?
know.
The sniper needed boots of travel there. And where's your boots of travel, PL?
In the shop. It needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
Mechanics will have it done in a minute.
Johnny managed to ruin them every game, so he needs to fix them.
Abhishek, I am MP offlane. Hi,
I know,
Sniper.
I just run too hard.
Yeah.
I sprout anew.
Maybe you should ask Flash what kind of boots he uses.
Maybe I should.
Yeah, this is a normal game.
We're
I am
Bloodseeker,
relaxed.
apparently.
You're absolutely right, Hassan. And I prefer to play these kind of games these days.
Seeds of fortune.
The whole point of playing Dota 2 is to have fun, right?
Through shady lanes.
Yeah, I'll help you in a sec. Never mind, I'm not gonna help you.
Nature calls. Leaving. With me.
Somebody's been farming my jungle.
Which one? Is this your jungle or is it this
Mine.
En
This
route.
is mine. This one.
one? Oh, okay.
Dazzle was down here earlier.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
He doesn't have teleport. He just
Oh, it's
used it.
Carry Dazzle!
Oh shit.
Shit, my
Yeah,
bad, my
That's
bad,
fine,
my
that's
bad.
fine, that's fine. He's still silent.
He doesn't have a teleport anyway.
He's slowly dying.
He's dead. He's fucking dead.
He might be fucking dead.
Well, while you guys do that, I'm gonna take bot.
Space for Johnny.
The enemy's bottom tower.
Easy tower.
has
Oh, well,
fallen.
that's an easy,
Radiant structures are fortified.
Easy racks.
There's 3 coming now.
Come on, man. No reply?
You got the wrong one.
Distraction, space created.
Yeah, I do
Oh,
need.
they're still chasing me? Okay. I knew you were watching that shit. He's fucking dead.
I actually just clicked at the exact moment.
I don't know, it's like a different keyboard, man. It's hard to use.
You know what? That's fair.
Light, air, and water. I have seen the world
I hate.
without them.
I really. Yeah, it's really difficult to play on new setups.
Nature's ferocity. The wild is calling. On my way.
Oh, wish I could fuck up, Luna. Come on. Come on. Come on.
In sylvan shade.
Job.
Thank you.
Ah, the sun in my leaf.
You may need to run before Storm kills us.
Haste.
Heck. He's coming.
Yes. Through shady lanes. Uproot and after them.
Good.
Nature calls.
Oh, combo rejected.
Fuck, Witch Doctor. I didn't. I was fine the whole time.
Yeah, I realized that after I went in.
Nah, dude, I was just baiting him. I'm just fucking with him.
It's okay, Johnny's taking top.
Hey, Gaben, you ready to play some games yet? Come play with yo Johnny and I. Do we click Nullifier first or the Orchid Nullifier? Nullifier has a travel time.
I see my woods again. With a wild spirit.
You go for Dazzle? Actually, I don't really
Yeah,
have
he's
stun.
dead. Dazzle's dead.
A bit of greed.
Quelling Blade.
Your middle
Oh, you don't have any.
I sold it.
Your middle
I could W, but I
Last
didn't really
hit,
W.
easy. It's on me, guys. Everybody.
Oh,
got
you.
this.
Your middle tower is under attack.
They're pushing mid.
Dire structures
I'll
are
go mid.
fortified.
So I go.
I will also.
It'll take a while, but I'll get
Your
there.
middle tower is under attack.
Oh, they're backing up.
What have we here in green? I go. By my shaggy bark.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh,
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, well, I don't need to teleport.
The enemy's top
Man, when is she gonna learn?
I love this Mask of Madness inside the...
Yeah.
Bro, like, what do you fucking...
Sure, that's the panic button.
The panic button.
Naturally.
Alright, I have Nullifier for Dazzle's TPs.
I mean, you also have an Earth Spirit. So use that instead.
I mean, you weren't there just now.
Yeah, always a boost to travel.
Alright, I'll do
enemy's
better
top
next
barracks
time.
has fallen.
Good.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
For the trees. On my way.
oh no!
I'm dead.
I am low.
Hey, you wanna wait 7 seconds, I'll give you a...
I'm good.
This sniper's super useful.
Soon, just waiting for my new laptop. Ooh, what are the stats or the specs on your laptop, Gaben?
Oh wait, courier. No.
Oh no, that was my scepter. Fuck.
I can't
That's
even
why I
believe
back
he
to
attempts
base.
that combo.
Wait, what? What? Fuck, man. I should've just rolled. I was like, this guy can't kill me. I'm just gonna walk away. If I would've rolled, it would've been fine. I want to do a enchant hero combo sometime this game. Maybe. See if we can pull it off.
Enchant hero? Sorry, what do you mean by that?
Scepter, Earth Spirit.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Nature's guardian.
Hello, Jocelyn. Jocelyn's here, Chris.
The seeds of fortune. Uproot and after. By my shaggy bark.
Hey, Jocelyn.
Long time no see. How you been doing, Jocelyn?
By the wilds.
Jocelyn said, "Hey, Lulu," with hearts and caps.
Verdant
Oh man,
fury.
and caps. You know what that means.
Yeah, lesbian.
Oh, you guys wish you could watch this.
How did you know?
Naturally.
The
I know
enemy's
this
bottom
thing.
shrine
On my
has
way.
fallen.
Jocelyn, did you find a new job?
Yes.
I kind of just want to get Abyssal.
Sure.
By hidden paths. Nature calls.
Oh my god. That guy still has heals.
I could teleport and help, but I'm just gonna go objective gaming.
Holy shit, they have sentry here. And I cannot do anything.
Storm was coming.
Alright. That's good. Maybe
Actually, you
this
should
one
have
is-
helped us. I think you can't really achieve much from your ratting in this case.
I blew 2 ults on that.
How is the sniper even getting caught out? Like, we're the ones getting caught out, not sniper.
Well, his only defensive item is the Shadow Blade, and they've been buying deaths from me. Also, he has wards for some reason. I'm trying to alt tab guys.
Holy crap, that's a far kick.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna TP in. I'm coming.
With a wild spirit. Limber.
Oh, which one is it? Oh, which one is it?
What's going on?
Lots of death and dying is going.
So I go.
Oh, the buyback.
Now they buy back? They already lost their fucking Rex. Why are they buying back?
Man, I never seen hit 25 by the game ends. I'm gonna go Midas next time.
Through shady lanes.
I want to get my, yeah.
With a wild spirit.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh no!
No!
I got
I'm
it.
healing, coming back.
Kick someone into the fountain. Kick him!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Let's get him.
Oh man!
Wow.
Good game. You know, it's really hard to use your Q with just one hand.
You know what else is really hard in one hand? Fuck, no one got my joke.
Holy shit!
Thanks, Benit. I'm okay with awkward jokes. I'm okay with that. What else is really hard in one hand? My cell phone! Pretty hard. Yeah, I've dropped this thing down on the ground, on the pavement, quite a few times, and thankfully I have a case. So, yeah. Pretty hard in one hand most of the time. Hello, Perry Hellion. English only, please. Hello. Yeah, okay, you're from Indonesia, man, but just make sure you keep the chat in English only, okay?
Oh look, it's Starman and Fruity Basket.
Did we play with them?
Yeah, it's
recently?
the Luna and the Dazzle.
Oh, okay.
5
Team Terrible.
seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
I don't party with people I don't know, man.
Your turn
I don't know
to
you.
pick.
Be right back really quick.
Alright.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I am not going to be carrying this game. I suck dick with Phoenix, so
Your turn.
This is actually the first time I've ever seen
heavy
you play
lifting.
Phoenix. In my 2 years of knowing you, this is the first time I've ever seen you pick a
Actually, I
Your
played
turn
Phoenix a
to
couple
pick.
times at the beginning of this account, just because for practice.
I might not have been there for it.
Yeah. Would I play with EG or against EG? I would play with EG so that I can learn. Playing against him, I think you learn less. But if you play with EG, you know, you can probably hear their communications and their strategies and stuff. Jocelyn, you can come join if you want. Did you just ignore what everyone else just said?
Pick someone with a fire skill. Actually, we should have all been fire.
Lulu's already iced though.
Yeah. What if this is actually an ice
Your
team?
turn to pick.
Favorite Dota player? Eternal Envy, Daniel. Okay, Panda, but you said you're only focusing on me, but I replied to your comment. I said, I only party with people I know. Holy. Maybe your English is just really bad.
Prepare
I
for
do like
battle.
Arteezy, but he's not my favorite player, and I have never said that he was my favorite.
I'm
player.
back.
The gods themselves.
It's a Zarmint.
It's in the bag.
Night Stalker.
Yeah, Joseph Lee, let's have a pizza party for this guy. Come on, Johnny, let's fuck these guys up.
Where's this guy going?
I'm trying, but you have 10 move speed on me.
My friends, this one is in the bag.
Panda, you just need to listen, man. Like people, like
30
5 different
seconds
people
to
told you the same thing, and you just say the exact
Crashing
same thing
Huskar,
again.
Hidden Phoenix.
Sorry, can you say that joke again?
Crouching Huskar, Hidden Phoenix.
That's not crouching.
Lifestealer Screaming Forest.
Fight this.
Ah, what a hook.
Battle begins.
Punched it. I punched it.
He's dead.
I slow played, guys.
No!
Get the
Go
rune.
for the fucking rune! Winlay, save me! Wow, he has 328 move speed.
It's pretty
There's
fast.
no items.
I dropped an item. Can you grab it?
Yeah. The one item.
Yeah.
It's in front of the tower, okay. Your item.
Thanks.
That was bad.
It's okay, Panda, just listen carefully when people talk to you.
When I was like in front of Luna, that would have been good to cap.
Yeah, I was just TPing, so I thought you would chase.
You're farming, by the way. I'm only gonna go for classes that you
Yep.
miss.
Coming to the battle.
I
Fight
still
this.
dead here.
Yeah, fight this. Where's Lifestealer?
There's a reason bottom.
Oh shit, nice job. Do you need items from courier?
Nope.
Phoenix is like, Phoenix has no armor. No wonder, like, every time they right click me, so much damage.
Holy shit.
You're dead.
Kill Luna, by the way.
I'm coming.
I just got losses.
Not right now. Not right now. Not right now.
Where are your boots, fatty?
Got him, I hit him with the thing. Nice.
I
Oh
hit
man,
him with the
Phoenix is
thingy,
so
too.
fun.
Yeah, he's pretty fun. He's a really strong core offlaner too.
Does anyone know what Phoenix actually said? Yes, Danielle. He said,
Very range creature.
this is Huskar off lane. Well, this is Huskar and this is the off lane. So by that logic,
It's fine. Oh, you didn't need that.
I'd rather have you farm.
yeah, I got him. I got him. He might be dead.
I want to see if I can counterspell Lucid Beam. That'd be
I do,
hilarious.
in fact, speak bird. Yeah, you know.
Do some pretty godlike
This is-
reaction speed.
Hey,
I
Johnny.
mean, she's got a big animation.
Yeah, but it's still pretty short.
Johnny, this
What's
is.
up, Billy?
Would you say this is a hot lane? You can fight this. Fight it. Go for Pudge.
We can fight this.
He's dead.
I think he's. Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. Oh my!
Yeah,
He's still dead.
Frost. Yeah,
So,
that's it.
do I just keep the one in Icarus alive, or should I get Sunray or Sunray later?
I don't think people go Sunray on him
want-
that early.
Okay.
You want many levels in Sunray for it to be useful. Like level 1 is not
Okay.
worth your mana, I think.
Yeah, so I think people usually just get the first, the 2 skills first.
If you were like against a centaur, like the Sunray is kind of like Centaur, or not Centaur, but Life Stealer, basically. So
You can fight. You can fight this. You can fight. You can fight. No! It's okay. Nothing of value is lost.
You know, I'm just gonna go straight
What
for
the
him.
fuck? See you later, Panda. But I thought you wanted to party, but party would have taken some time to play games, right? Chase. Feeling the Midas this game.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Bloody creeps.
Hey Jocelyn, you still here? You wanna play some games? Oh, these guys like left lane, huh?
Nah, I don't blame him. It's a pretty annoying lane to be.
Oh, there's a Pudge.
Pudge is here.
Fucking, fuck this guy up.
Go. Fight.
That's right.
Life Stealer's missing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, okay, that was you.
That's me.
Well, level 6. Pudge is back. Oh, I don't have a hotkey for this stupid thing.
You have hook? You have hook? Oh man,
I'm
my
dead.
shit.
I didn't have a hotkey for my life break.
I'm dead.
I don't know why there's no hotkey sometimes.
Am I dead, Johnny? Mommy, am
no.
I dead?
Invisibility.
Mommy?
Keep
I want him to use his mana. Oh shit. You wrong, Gaben? Did I play with AI, Billy? Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Just testing you.
No, I'm sleeping.
Oh, I've never heard that one before. Pig's gonna move.
Oh man. I got nightmared into hook.
Do you think Bane left, or is he still there?
He probably left because he had like 200 health after. And Pudge is dead, so. Ugh, walk of shame.
Luna abandoned, haha.
Pudge is back.
Good job.
Thank you.
Tis mine.
Good job, sound effects guy. This hero's pretty fun, guys. I never played this hero at all. It's working out pretty good. I want to say this is my second account.
Oh shit. Wrong.
Help! 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 Oh my god! Oh my god, this Night Stalker's so slow, man.
Silence.
He can stop the Fiend script, and then I just sig.
Holy shit.
Oh, sound effects guy, you have a name? Okay. Is it a sound effects guy?
Your middle tower is under attack.
I feel like I should get Link in this game. We got Bane and a Pudge, and we don't have any stop.
I do. I'm for myself. Must be.
Oh damn.
Oh. Okay, why
Oh,
kill
he
one of
died.
them?
What do the signs?
Hi, Scarlet. No, I'm gonna help that guy. Ooh, 13-minute battle fury.
Oh my god, Huskar walks so slow.
With power chance and Wraith Band.
Oh, you want this? Let's go on this.
Oh,
There's
I
something
am.
mana though.
You did.
Oh man. He fucking sucked right at the right time.
So 80.
Man,
no, he's dead. He's
player.
dead. 100% dead.
Okay.
Oh shit! There's a fucking Morphling here.
I'm not even scared.
I'm coming, Johnny.
Totally could have kind of spelled that actually.
Yeah. Now I was like,
I was like, wait a minute. Hold on, let's give it back to him.
Yeah, I don't want to get eaten.
I didn't have time.
Yeah, I can come mid with egg. Help Lulu. I see you have life breaking 4. I don't know if we can catch him. He's so fast.
Yeah, but he runs so fast.
Oh, he's this one. Man. Oh, I have egg.
He's dead. I thought he can morph.
Yeah. GK glad you like the hair. Like the hair. 15-minute runes.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Alms for the dead.
I'm coming, Lulu.
Oh, shit.
I'm too slow.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, above 100%? How does that even work mathematically?
Easy.
Worst cheerleader ever. What's wrong with you, man? No. What the fuck's he
The
eating?
enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Double damage.
Fuck me, dude.
Not so fast.
Glad you like the hook dodge, Hassan. Thank you.
Why do I walk so slow? Jesus Christ.
I just realized I have 3,500 gold. Well, I'm not gonna buy the only right item here. 3,000. Wait, what? We have 3,900 now? What the? Oh, we sold Night Stalker stuff, huh? Wait, we didn't even sell Night Stalker stuff. Wait, what? You know, if it's safe to leave, you can still get victory, but if you leave, there's no victory, guys.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Mohammed, can you stop backseat gaming? Oh, shit. Fuck, man.
Lights off.
Were you on Morphling?
Nice.
Thou art damned.
Nice KS. It's all mine.
I'm okay with that. Your
KS
position
button
one.
right there.
Sri Lanka versus.
The secret shop.
What is this?
Wait, what?
Top tower
Wait, what?
under
What?
attack.
Here, are you or something?
No. He doesn't even have an urn.
Rot, I think Rot persists for like half second or something like that. Was that it?
He was gone for more than half a second. Now I had 400 health.
I have no mana. Okay, I have mana.
Scales balanced.
I'm gonna buy my radiance.
What? Did you guys see a hook?
I did not. Quite baffled how you died.
Says I died.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Hey, Lulu, can you grab the spawn ruins? Good job, Benit. I mean, sound effects guy.
Tis mine.
You know, I'm thinking Orchid Malevolence is the right item this game for anti-mage.
Who would you use it on?
Everybody.
Oh, okay. But specifically targeting anybody?
Johnny!
It counters all of their heroes.
I should Icarus dive.
We can do it, Morphling. Alright.
Damn it. Mohammed, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
So I
Holy
think
shit.
at this point, I think Orchid is for
The
Morphling.
enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
What do you think?
Orchid for Morphling. Wow. I mean, if you have Abyssal, you jump on him and he's not gonna have mana either way. And he can't cast spells, so I don't know. It's up to you, man.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, his mana pool is 500, so I mean, like, you jump on him with Manta. Like, even without the Abyssal Blade, just a regular Basha, he's not gonna have mana.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, that's game.
Yeah.
Fine.
You Manta during that? I would think so, because you have to be
Enemy's top
non-existent.
tower has fallen.
for
Auto
what,
attack,
half
here we
second?
go. Luna reconnected.
What the
Oh my
fuck?
god, are you freaking kidding me?
You'll disconnect soon.
Okay, I can egg. Oops, I forgot to press the egg button. Okay, I can go press the egg button. Oh, I forgot to press the egg button. What the fuck's wrong with me?
Damn, you're so good.
Oh shit!
I underestimated the damage since I only have 3
The
armor.
enemy's middle barracks
Immortal.
has fallen.
Don't play this hero.
This guy's immortal. He plays like an Archon.
What did you say to me?
So Luna
you're so pro, bro.
The enemy's
disconnect
top
again.
barracks has fallen.
Blah blah. MMR is just a number.
It is a number.
Just it.
What is the number?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
One more, let's go. Right here, right here, right here. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Wait, I can tank. I tank fountain for you, okay? Come on,
Wait,
come on, Husker.
we gotta respawn first. We gotta respawn. Wait, don't do it.
I press
Don't
egg.
do it.
I press egg.
There's nobody alive yet.
Morphling.
There's no one there.
Fuck.
Morphling.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
No.
Noob.
Oh, I had a smoke, by the way. I shouldn't use it. Let's see Husker die.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah.
How many kills do I
GG,
have?
boys.
What the fuck, man? Right here. Holy shit, this guy is so dense. Holy. Give me 1 minute to go to the bathroom, thanks.
Sure.
Be right back then. I'm going to see what Tina wants.
Be right back. I'm just gonna sit in front of my laptop.
Is everybody here? Because I just queued the game.
Lulu's not.
Okay, I'm back.
Lulu's here.
Did Jocelyn leave? I think she said she wanted to play too.
Is she? Can you get a hold of her then?
Let's do it.
I don't see her online.
Ranked not possible. With 4-man party. No one cares, man. Holy shit. This guy's social skills so low. He's gotta be 13. GK, please type /S after your message, please. Let's be real here. No one fucking gives a shit.
I think Jocelyn is going to bed.
Is going to bed, you say?
Yep.
Oh, it is 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
It's only 3 in the morning. Yes, /S means sarcastic. When you don't say /S, you're jerking him off. Hello, Alec. How you doing? Alec, don't fucking buy into his fucking stupid bullshit.
Your turn to ban.
You're encouraging that really dumb behavior by saying that kind of stuff.
5 seconds remaining.
Thanks, Alec. Yeah, no, if you fucking buy into that shit, he's gonna go into another stream and just start spamming the same stupid bullshit. And man, it's just brain dead stuff, man.
Your turn to pick.
GK, I don't think this guy understands anything. Like, he just keeps typing random bullshit. Yes, like arguing science to Trump.
10 seconds remaining.
Exactly, Birdman. How you doing, Birdman? Haven't asked you where you're from. Oh, hello, Devraj. We got our asses beat by OpenAI earlier.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ranked or normal match? Do you know the difference between ranked and normal matches? Vegas. Have we had this conversation before, Birdman? Okay, I was in Vegas. When did I go to Vegas? I think summer-ish of last year. Summer? Was it summer? No, it was February. No, yeah, beginning of last year. It was pretty nice. I went to the Bachanel buffet. It was really good. I also went to the buffet in Little Caesar's Palace. That was really good too.
Your turn to pick.
Yeah, I did some shopping. Went to that area of the big fountains, you know, like you know what I mean? Yeah, it was a nice place. Went to the Gordon Ramsay restaurant there as well. There's the Gordon Ramsay burger restaurant. That was pretty good. It was actually the best burger I've ever had.
Remaining. Your turn to pick.
The Bellagio, yeah, the Bellagio. Am I going to Vietnam? I'm debating it. Why do you ask?
Oh, I forgot we even had a game.
Oh my god.
Yo, Monkey King. Or that. Okay.
I couldn't find Monkey.
Did I say Little Caesar's Palace? Did I say that?
Your turn.
Steven. You know what I meant.
Fuck, man. We got, like, nothing.
Little
Except the
Caesar's
Shadow King
Palace.
that can't
All
race.
the pizzas. I used to eat a lot of Little Caesar's pizzas growing up, Steven. Like that stuff, man. It's just really cheap stuff, but I don't know, it just tastes really good. It's mostly bread, right? Can you stop saying stupid random shit? Is it just me, or is this Mohammed guy in the stream chat just a little...
Oh, he really is.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, good pizza for the press. Steven, where are you from? I guess you live in North America, right? That's why you know Little Caesars.
Consideration, I believe it is safe to say that this one is in the bag.
There you go. Oh, LA. I was in LA too. When was I in LA? I was in LA last summer. Pretty nice place. Went to Koreatown, Universal Studios.
Should have gotten an ironwood branch. Placed it right there.
30 seconds to
Which one?
battle.
What's with all the disconnects today?
Well, you see, Lulu, when there's packet loss, you start to lag. And sometimes you just gotta turn it off and turn it back on.
Yeah, do you know anything about networks, Lulu? Jesus.
Jeez, I know, right?
I actually did train on packet loss. Things like that. I mean, I trained
The
people on that.
battle begins.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Why would people want to lose their packets? What?
Jesus, 3
man,
hits
I
and
don't
he's
think
already.
in front, man. It's really dumb.
I do so much damage.
Actually, yeah, this is kind of good. Let's push into the
Oh.
tower.
30 fire already? Man.
I misclicked. Fudge has hook.
I'm not scared.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Do you need courier, Billy?
Yes. How urgent do you need it?
No, I'm just gonna deward this guy. He just put down the ward right in front of me. So, no rush. No! God.
What the fuck, man? How did I miss that last hit?
Oh shit!
Yeah, I should have not. That last click wasn't good. I should have waited for the melodic.
What the? Wow! Holy fuck, this guy is so dumb. Okay.
The lesson was run. Oh, is that all it took? You can never hide. More souls.
Glad you like to play, the Raj. Sucker.
Holy shit, there's a Pudge down here.
Oh shit, what the fuck?
I must have just TP'd. Maledict. He's dead. Bye, Underlord.
Okay, thanks for reading.
Oracle's missing. Oh, nope, he's here.
My reach is long.
Hey, Lulu, are you gonna go mana boots?
Yeah.
Okay, I won't.
More souls for me.
Pudge Oracle missing.
Yeah, stacking metal.
Ah, there's a sentry down here.
Your middle tower is under
Get him.
attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Guys, I'm gonna go Guardian Greaves. I've never got Guardian Greaves in this hero before. This combo's really bad.
If you're able to, you can pull every wave you want, by the way.
Oh, okay, I will try.
Like, I can just 1v wave without a problem. And the Pudge and Underlord are not scary.
Into the fray.
I'm gonna stack this again.
Never fear. Your soul for satisfaction. My reach extends.
You think Holy Locket's good on this guy?
Who?
I don't think so.
Tree?
Tree? No. You can fight him.
Coming, kill these two. Don't grab the rune. I'm grabbing top rune.
Alright, game's over, guys. I got the best item.
Divine.
Nice.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, quality.
Your middle tower is
Clarity
under
drop. What do you
attack.
mean clarity drop, Gabe? Sorry, I missed.
Here's a punch.
Good.
Never mind, he went mid.
Oh man, too cocky.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Let's go Pudge.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fight mid.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Kill this Pudge. He's rotting.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This guy's dead too.
Oh yeah.
This Nick's pretty smart.
Oh.
Oh, he canceled it.
Yeah. That would have been a really bad GP.
Oh, give me that regeneration. Hello, Debbie. Yeah, Devraj, anyone can play against OpenAI as long as you have a team of 5.
Push it.
Oh, Jesus.
Your middle tower is under attack.
There's a punch behind you.
Your middle tower.
Oh, that was
is
the
under
first time I died this game? Aw, damn.
Yep.
Your middle tower
What a
has
feeder.
fallen.
Yeah.
Pudge is still around there, Johnny?
Nope.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
God damn it, Nyx.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Level 1 roots. Ah!
Help me out.
I have my armor on you, but that's all I can do.
Oh, man. Strength in numbers.
Got him.
I alt tab.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Go for my master.
Well, welcome back, Debbie. Where's the fucking stream chat bot?
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Good job, Devraj. That guy's, I think he's 13, man. He's just so dense. And not in the good sense. Yeah, anyways, Debbie, I'm doing pretty well. How are you?
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Healing cell is fucking too much damage, bro.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I have mech.
I don't have armor.
Debbie, we're playing party right now. Oh, fucking X.
I armored Billy already. I don't have armor for.
Oh shit.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Get him! Thanks, Debbie. Yeah, no, this week we're going to be playing mostly party games, Debbie, so I'm not sure which one you prefer.
You got mana boost, Lulu? Nice, thank you. You should run, you should run. You should really, really run. Okay.
Yeah.
For my master.
What item should I buy next, guys? Oh my god!
Oh jeez.
Hey, you guys don't really have any follow-up, and they're all there.
I wasn't gonna. I was just trying to save him. That's rude.
That was a good save. Shadowblade. Veil? No, not Veil. I want something like team fighty, tanky, that kind of thing. Like a pipe. Or like a BKB.
You need to follow up now.
Alright then.
He's accepted it.
He just gave up. I was like, just fucking go. Oh, they had a ward there too. Shit.
Oh my. This is good. My beats is long.
Your top tower is under attack.
I wouldn't get Butterfly. I think they don't have that much right click right now. I'm pretty sure you can't dodge. You can't even dodge Tidebringer, so. I'm coming. I have Force Staff for you. Might be dead too.
I think we should be fighting all the time, team. Not really.
Oh, so low. Get him, Lulu. Maledict.
No.
You got a Maledict. Hey, Devraj. Actually, that time he's innocent since I actually just asked the crowd, what should I buy? That time.
Yeah, you did basically net 0 damage, Kunkka, with that.
Rum?
Oh no, yeah, I know. I was just looking at what I took damage from.
Yeah.
Just basically too much shit.
Team fighting tanky item, guys. Team fighting tanky items. Team fighting tanky items. Team fighting tanky items. You guys are bad at this game.
Okay, you're dead.
Okay, I'm done. I'm actually, yeah, good to ban Devraj. I was actually so sick of that guy. Actually, that was a great ban. He was actually such a piece of shit.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, there you go. Those are some good suggestions. Shiva's Guard, Crimson. Yeah,
Your
good
top
suggestions.
tower is under attack.
Although, Crimson, like, they don't right click that much. Like, Oracle doesn't right click, Pudge doesn't right click, Underlord kinda right clicks.
And evidently so is Pudge.
Dante?
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Thanks, Lou.
Run, Lulu.
Go run, Lulu.
Well, I mean back up a bit. That's what I probably should have said.
Now they buy back?
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Man, this character hates me.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Thanks for the hook, bro. I don't really give a fuck. I'm just gonna go again.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
My god.
Have been schooled.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, they have a lot of magical damage, so items like pipes really good.
I don't have mana. Are you freaking kidding me? You got away?
Lulu, get back. You're actually just completely useless without any mana. So just go
Yeah.
back home.
I'm gonna kill these creeps here. Check this out. Ah. Yeah. Slam.
You got him.
Ah. Got him. I want to kill, but like nobody's here, so. There's no creeps. Oh, his pud is dead. Why'd he cancel? He would have survived if he did.
No, my roots will cancel it anyway.
When you finish the game, what's
Yeah,
the
he didn't
best
know that,
first
though.
item for Silencer? There's no
That's true.
answer to your question.
He'll be dead.
English only, please.
Monster kill.
English only, please. Last warning.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Pipe? The fuck's that for?
We're team fighting.
It's for fucking
team piping.
This is the Life Duty show, man. There's no team.
I'm helping you become tankier.
Has fallen.
Alright.
And thus making you your show. It's okay, Kahang.
Ooh, I want one shot.
Oh shit.
Dude, this cook is so dead. Fucking.
Ow.
That was like at least double his health and damage there.
Enemy's
Job,
middle
Haku.
tower has fallen.
Get that trash out of
Enemy's
here.
middle tower has fallen.
Trash man. Better build like that or damage for Shadow Fiend? Well, it depends on the game, man. I bought this Pike because they have so much magical damage. Hurricane Pike because they have the Underlord,
Dire victory.
they have the Underlord Spit of Malice, and also Pud Hook. So I just buy items accordingly. There's no best item for Shadow. Ooh,
But like we've been saying, Pudge is absolutely the most useful hero in the game, and not a sack of meat with.
Why not both? Could you song one love song? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, that was my last game for today, guys. Thank you for playing. I will be back tomorrow.
Okay.
Alright.
So have a great day, guys.
You too. Bye bye.
Later.
Okay, chat. Does anybody have any last minute questions or comments for me? I need to go get some lunch. GG, Devraj. Yeah, anyways, if you guys are confused about item builds, you have to figure out why you buy item builds. Or why you buy items, right? You buy Pipe because they have a lot of magical damage. You buy Blade Mill because they have quick burst. You buy Force Staff because maybe they have Ricky or some kind of crowd control, right? You buy Veil because maybe your team has a lot of magical damage, right? Like every item has a purpose, right? And it's not like you can't just say that this is best build or something like that. There is no best build. There are very, very, very few heroes that have like a set build. Sorry, Rain, no more games. Why don't I go for tournaments? I used to be part of a 6K team, but we were not very successful. We would always get beat by 7K teams. I think even a 6K team can only win like maybe like a $1,000 tournament, right? And even then, it's not really worth like, 7-8 hours of your time. Yeah, this is the last game. Hey, Rain, do you think that you have power here? Next time you make any sort of rude comment, you're gonna get banned. Thanks, Raj. It's really nice to see you. Yeah, no, we'll be back tomorrow at the same time, so hopefully you can catch more of the stream. Hello, Desco. Try to keep it intelligent today. Oh wait, we're about to end the stream anyways. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here. Anyways, hope you guys have a great day or great night. I'll see you guys soon. Thanks for watching.
And his name is